Yeah, the Amstrad GX4000, the ill-fated Amstrad GX4000, the only Amstrad console that only had 27 games released. This console arrived to the market in 1990 and by 1991 it was discontinued. It was a tremendous flop from Amstrad in a time where the market was flooded with 16-bit systems, 16-bit home computers and even consoles. The Mega Drive and the Super Nintendo were already arriving at the scene, and this system, this 8-bit system came out, and as I said, only 27 games were released, and the company that always supported this system from day one was Ocean Software. There are amazing games from Ocean. This console came bundled with 2 controllers, obviously, and the game Burning Rubber, a racing game. Yeah, because I love my racing games. And this was a freaking incredible offer, a Christmas present from my family, and I'm truly grateful. This is not hard to get, but it is expensive. It was Amstrad's short-lived attempt to enter the games console market, and it was an upgraded design based on the CPC technology. Yeah, the Amstrad CPC was huge, mainly in Spain and in France, if I'm not mistaken, and it was even compatible with most of the CPC Plus software that was already in the market, and it was priced at $99.99, and games would cost around the £25 mark. Ocean Software was practically the only one interested in getting games, in bringing games to the ill-fated Amstrad GX4000. Just to share with you the short history of this incredible system, yeah, from Amstrad. The Amstrad GX4000 was placed on store shelves in September of 1990 and 8 months later was discontinued. Around 15,000 machines were sold over the course of its lifetime, and as said prior, the number of games available was just 27. 26 if we exclude Gaza 2, whose cartridge is missing in action. As told on my episode related to Total Recall, Gaza 2 was being developed by a UK-based software house known as Active Minds, but these guys were everything but active and ended up crushing and disappearing from the scene because of the stunt they were trying to pull on Ocean Software while developing Total Recall. Even so, Gaza 2 was sent to at least 3 magazines for review: Amstrad Action, Mean Machines and the French Amstrad 100%, and these magazines were known for being true to their principles of making things the right way and not for reviewing unfinished games like what the Spanish Micro-Hobby did with their review of the unfinished version 1 of Total Recall in development by Active Minds. Check my history and origins video related to Total Recall to know more about that crazy story. In these later years, the Amstrad GX4000 has become solely a collector's machine based on curiosity, because trying to go for the full set of its games library is a pretty damn hard task to accomplish. Check out these prices on eBay. Definitely not for every wallet out there. Obviously that after all these years, a cartridge replacement would appear in the market so that users can load games from a micro SD card or even directly from a PC through USB. Strangely, in order to use it with the GX4000, the power supply must be replaced. Amstrad suffered a terrible year back in 1989. Profits dropped from 160 million to 76 million pounds. Their PC 2000 series was not selling well, just like the slow sales performances of their own video recorders and audio systems, which even made Amstrad to abandon this specific side of their business. And after 6 years of success, mainly in France and in Spain, the CPC was also starting to lose ground and interest. So in April of 1990, Alan Sugar, Amstrad CEO, announced that the company would introduce one product every month.
So entering the console market was no surprise. Even Commodore was starting to tease the industry, and gamers with a video game console based on the highly popular C64 home computer, conclusions attained by witnessing the huge sales success of both the NES and the Master System. The GX4000 was unveiled alongside the 464 Plus and the 6128 Plus computers, two machines based on the architecture of the CPC 464 and the 6128. Just like their own Sinclair cousins, the ZX Spectrum 128K Plus 2 and Plus 3. Those came with either a built-in tape deck or a disk drive and 64 or 128K of memory, and they also had a cartridge slot on the side. So the GX4000 was basically a Plus computer, but solely with a cartridge slot packed inside this futuristic-looking plastic shell. Computer and Video Games magazine praised the 32 colors that the GX4000 could display on screen, from a palette of 4096, and editor Julian Rignall further stated that, and I quote, "The GX4000 is a graphically superb console, is technically far better than the Nintendo and Sega Master System, and has a very exciting lineup of games in the not-too-distant future." The console was designed in the usual Amstrad way. The casing came first, and the mainboard and all its components were made to fit. And besides the previously mentioned expanded palette, hardware sprites and soft scrolling were the three main features of the GX4000 that would place it in direct competition against Atari, Nintendo and Sega 8-bit machines. But it simply arrived too late. The Mega Drive and the Super Nintendo were coming to the scene with much better hardware, not mentioning that 16-bit gaming was already full steam by that time with systems like the Amiga. So a new 8-bit console, no matter how cheap it was and if it had dedicated graphics or not, was just a bit too late into the video game market. The GX4000 was indeed a revolution for Amstrad. It was built specifically for games. So the big problem here was that it heavily relied on the third-party developers like Ocean, Gremlin, Logiciel and Titus. To help drive the sales of the GX4000, Amstrad certified to give customers something to play right out of the box. So they bundled Burning Rubber, a game developed by Ocean Software that really looked amazing, with great use of the console's extra colors. But its chunky pixels were too blocky for the time, so it really felt a bit dated. Burning Rubber is a sort of unofficial sequel to Whack Le Mans that featured details that were absent from the conversion from arcade to home computers of that amazing racing game that made my day back in 1988 on my 128K Plus 2A. For instance, the color changes as day turns to night and the tumbling car crash are now possible to achieve with this new hardware. Most of the games released for the GX4000 were just simple straight ports from cassette to cartridge. But even so, from the 27 titles available, and besides Burning Rubber, I have to highlight a couple more, the best from the ones that really took advantage of what the console's extra hardware could do. Some of them are also among my favorites on the ZX Spectrum and on the Commodore Amiga. Tennis Cup 2 is often remembered as one of the finest tennis sims ever to grace an 8-bit system. It offered some of the best graphics and sound on the GX4000. It wasn't just another direct port from cassette. This updated cartridge version featured an updated intro, more in-game options, 2 new tournament modes, and a much improved color palette that showcased a whopping 21 colors compared to the only 4 in the original. Selecting a 1 or 2 player game opens up the option of being able to play either a singles or doubles match, which in turn leads to further options that allows us to alter the match length, the in-game speed, the screen view, and even the attributes of our own player. A training mode is also available to improve our swing, serve or shot skills. The last 2 options, Tournament and Davis Cup, allows us to pit our skills against the world's finest. From the masters of movie tie-in adaptations Ocean Software comes RoboCop 2, that is graphically and musically stunning, making full use of the console's color palette and with some of the best hardware scrolling ever seen on an Amstrad machine. It set the standard that many failed to achieve. It offers 3 action-packed platform levels, 2 puzzle levels and 2 shooting gallery levels. The platform levels look stunning and run smoothly with a mixture of bad guys, spikes, rolling barrels and lifts to deal with. In the puzzle levels our directives are all mixed up and it's up to us to reroute Robo's circuit boards and collect microchips to help to restore him back to complete operational status. Each of the puzzle levels are well thought out and are, once again, well presented, musically and graphically speaking. Switchblade was Gremlin's first and only venture onto the GX4000, and it was an enhanced version of their already brilliant game. We take the role of the last of the Blade Knights, who is on a mission to rid the planet Thrax of its evil dictator, Havoc. For that, he must assemble the 16 missing parts of the legendary Fire Blade, so that he can use it to strike Havoc down once and for all. While the game often received criticism for its lack of color and plain backdrops, it more than made up for this with its playability. A brilliant platform game that offered a huge landscape that required lots of exploring. Making our own map was a good idea, and there were more than one route that could be taken. And exploring was rewarded with bonuses and hidden screens that would lead to better power-ups and weapons. The enemies were relentless, and we pretty much had to punch, kick, hack and shoot every step of the way. As seen throughout video games' own history, the most simplistic games are often the best and most addictive, and Pang is no exception. A mixture of single-screen shoot-'em-up, platformer and puzzle game that will keep us coming back for more and more. I speak for myself cause I'm constantly playing the arcade original on my homemade MAME arcade cabinet. As mentioned so many times before on other It's a Pixel Thing videos, balloons are threatening several of Earth's most important landmarks, and it's up to us to take on the role of the Buster Brothers and shoot those balloons that burst into smaller ones, and so on until the screen is clear, so that you can move on to the next location. Ocean Software really did a phenomenal job with this conversion, bringing together a combination of spot-on, unrelenting gameplay, great sounding music and gorgeous graphics with colorful backgrounds that made full use of the extensive palette of the GX4000. Two-player co-op is also available, offering a truly enjoyable couch play experience. This is, with no doubt, one of the finest, if not the best, arcade conversions ever to be produced for an 8-bit system. Stuart Middleton, programmer of the arcade conversion of Pang for the GX4000, said in an interview, and I quote, "Amstrad underestimated the competition that they were facing and were looking backwards rather than forwards with their hardware design." Other games like Toki were planned and even advertised, but sadly never saw the light of day. And I truly believe that it would have been an incredible arcade conversion, just like Pang was. Even so, the homebrew community is healthy and active, and back in 2018, a remake of the classic coin-op Ghosts and Goblins was released for free for the GX4000. The original conversion by Elite Systems from 30 years ago for the regular CPC range of Amstrad computers was such a letdown, with missing levels and even with Arthur not being able to lose his armor. Also, an overhauled 128K exclusive version for the CPC 6128 Plus computer is in the works and coming soon. And besides Ghouls and Ghosts, other iconic titles may surface in the future for the GX4000, like Sonic GX for example. The GX4000 remains a piece of gaming history. Nowadays it's an extremely difficult system to collect for, and as you've seen, prices of the rarest titles are just for a very restricted group of collectors. It really failed to impress due to the outdated 8-bit technology and lack of support from software houses who were by that time all moving on to 16-bit technology. Hope you've enjoyed this episode of It's a Pixel Thing, so if you did, you know the drill! Also, if you really dig what I'm doing, please consider supporting the show through Patreon. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video! Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! In late 80s everyone wanted an Amiga. It was the computer that would take home all the fun from the arcades. The 8-bit microcomputers were starting to show their age, and the 16-bit technology was the next big thing. But the Amiga wasn't just specially tailored for games, it was a creative machine, despite Commodore's trouble to fully understand its purpose. We could create music, edit video, process words, etc, etc, at a price that everybody could afford. So here's a few fun facts that many of you probably never knew about the Amiga. Starting from the beginning, the Amiga was created by former employees of Atari. Yes, from Atari. Jay Miner and Larry Kaplan, among others, left Atari and formed their own company back in 1982, naming it iToro, which eventually became Amiga Corporation. And if the name Larry Kaplan sounds familiar, it's probably because you're aware of the roots of one of the most well-known video game companies of all time, Activision. Larry helped to co-found Activision. Before making computers, Amiga created peripherals and controllers for Atari consoles. And their most strange and odd creation was the Joyboard. Well, it was strange and odd for 1982, cause as you know, a few years back, someone replicated that flat board in where players would stand and lean on to control games instead of using a joystick or a gamepad. We balance board, anyone? Around 1984, Amiga Corporation was in trouble, financially speaking, and Atari moved forward to help them out with the intention of gaining ownership of the chipset of the Amiga computer being developed at that time. But the deal was off in the last minute, cause Commodore entered the game offering 4 times as much money. And from this move, the Atari ST was born, leading to the 16-bit home computer private war. Someone at Amiga was a huge fan of the American band the B-52s, cause each computer's motherboard had the name of a B-52 song inscribed on it. The Amiga 500 was Rock Lobster, the Amiga 600 was Junebug, the Amiga 1200 was Channel Z, and the Hard Drive Plus A590 was Party Mix. Years before making their own operating system and dominating the world of home computers, Microsoft worked for Amiga, developing the Amiga Basic, an early programming language which was installed as part of early Amiga OS versions 1.1 to 1.3. The inside of the Amiga 1000 has the signatures of all the design team members that helped shaping and creating the final product. Even the paw print of Jay Miner's dog is embedded, cause Michi, that's the name of Jay Miner's dog, would always help Jay when he was in doubt with something. Jay would ask something to Michi and he would wave his head, helping Jay on deciding what to do next. So it's more than deserved. 4096 were the available colors that the Amiga 500 offered, usually allowing the display of up to 32 colors on screen at once. This was amazing back in 1987, but when consoles like the SNES arrived in 1991, it started to fall back a notch, cause the SNES had over 32,000 to offer. That's when the Amiga 1200 entered the scene a year later, with its mind-blowing 262,000 colors on screen from a palette of 16.8 million. The Amiga always had a truly loyal fan base. The Amiga community remained active for years to follow after Commodore's bankruptcy back in 1994, with Amiga format magazines staying alive right up to May of 2000 with their final collector's edition issue 136. Needless to say that nowadays there's still tons of awesome stuff being made and released for the Amiga computer. As said before, the Amiga was the creative machine of the future, and music creation was on top of its capabilities. So this chap, Calvin Harris, is such a huge fan of the machine that his 2007 debut album, I Created Disco, includes the hit single Acceptable in the 80s that was made entirely in his own studio using an Amiga 1200. Yeah, that's right, a 15-year-old Amiga 1200. In fact, the whole record was made on his Amiga 1200. And the Amiga also helped to create music for games on other formats. One example comes from the Japanese studio Game Freak that composed the music for Pokemon Gold and Silver on an Amiga before converting it to a format that the Game Boy Color could understand. Is it just me that think that Andy Warhol's creations are just dreadful? Well, he attended the Amiga 1000's launch, where he created a digital painting of Blondie singer Debbie Harry. In the meanwhile, he became such a fan of the machine that in his spare time, he would mess around with his own Amiga, creating all sorts of paintings on the many art programs available for the machine. All sorts of crazy stuff would arise from creative minds within such renowned video game developers like Sensible Software. As you know, these guys were responsible for huge hits on the Amiga like Cannon Fodder and Sensible Soccer. So by Christmas of '93, they combined the two and made a special little game bundled with Amiga format magazine called Cannon Soccer. Can you imagine the craziness? And staying in the soccer or football theme, back in mid-80s, Commodore and Chelsea Football Club agreed on a sponsorship deal worth 1.25 million that in 1987 was the largest sponsorship deal ever in UK football history. As a proof of the durability of the Amiga, back in June of 2015, 19 public schools in the Grand Rapids, Michigan area were still using an Amiga 2000 to control their air conditioning. Over 30 years later, it's still reliable, and replacing it would cost around $2 million. So I bet that they're happy to stick with it. The last officially announced Amiga computer, shortly before Amiga Technologies went bankrupt, was an enhanced A1200 with a CD-ROM drive. It became known as the Amiga Walker because of its odd shape of its case, which looked like a sort of robot dog. Only 2 prototypes were released before the company closed its doors. And the prize to the most delayed game ever goes to Putty Squad. When it was supposed to be released, it ended up mysteriously cancelled right at the last minute. It was already finished and had been sent to magazines for review with scores of 94% and 91%. 19 years later, in 2013, was finally released by System 3, not only for the Amiga, but also for practically all video game systems around that time, like the PlayStation 3, 4, PS Vita, Nintendo DS, Xbox Live Arcade, Windows, etc. Even the Nintendo Switch got its own version, Super Putty Squad. As a reminder, back in 1994, and besides the Amiga, Putty Squad was also being developed and scheduled for release for MS-DOS, for the Mega Drive, and for the Super Nintendo. Only this last one saw the light of day in '94. So guys, here you have it, 16 facts about the Amiga that you probably didn't know. And I truly hope that with this video I have enlightened those more unfamiliar with the Amiga family of home computers. If you've enjoyed this episode, please don't forget to smash that like button, to subscribe to the channel, to leave a comment with more fun facts about the Amiga, and to click on that bell icon so that you're notified when all my future videos become available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! Hey guys, welcome back! As you know, there were a few games on the PlayStation 2 that offered 480p resolution. I'm talking about the PAL region, obviously, cause, as you know, I live in Portugal. On the latest count, there are 179 games that can output to 480p, but only 52 of those are for the PAL region. You can check the full list by clicking on the link down in the description below. Progressive scan is achieved by using a components cable and is way better than interlaced scan. It produces less flickering, cause the lines are drawn in sequence, so in consequence it's better for the eyes. There are three main methods that developers implemented in-game to turn progressive scan on: by suggesting it at the startup, through the game's menu, and by holding a combination of buttons on the DualShock while booting. So let's take a look at a few that I have in my collection.
Resident Evil 4.
In Resident Evil 4 we have to hold cross and triangle at booting so that progressive scan can be enabled. And I can tell the difference right away. This is still my favorite Resident Evil game from the series, when talking about the original releases. I'm yet to try the remakes of the first two games. I've never really enjoyed those two back in the good old days of the original PlayStation, mainly cause I simply hated the tank controls, so disorienting, and because of that, I completely skipped the third game in the series, and even the 2002 remake of the first game for the GameCube, that was later remastered for the current gen systems. Many of you will crucify me for that, I'm sure, but Resident Evil 4 brought a new gameplay mechanics that was what I was really looking forward to since the beginning. An amazing game and one of my favorites on the system.
True Crime New York City.
True Crime New York City isn't that bad. It tried to be a Grand Theft Auto clone, but with a new approach. The progressive scan can be accessed through the game's menu, and it really brings this game to a whole new level, cause the image tends to be really dark and obscure. We play the role of Marcus Reed, a former gang member turned into a cop, and this was supposed to be the first part of a series of games set in New York City. But because of its huge commercial failure, its sequel was cancelled. Later, the True Crime franchise was again picked up, and a game set in Hong Kong was being developed, but 2 years later was also dropped. The publishing rights were then sold to Square Enix, and True Crime Hong Kong was released as Sleeping Dogs, but without any connection to the True Crime series. As a reminder, the very first True Crime game, known as True Crime Streets of LA, also offers 480p. I only have the Xbox version of that one, so I can't show you any footage of Streets of LA running on the PlayStation 2.
Primal.
Primal is a PlayStation 2 exclusive game developed by SCU Studio Cambridge that brought us the Medieval series back in the glory days of the original PlayStation. The option of running Primal in progressive scan mode is offered while booting, and it really looks sharp and clean with that mode enabled. Back in 2016 was re-released for the PlayStation 4 through the PlayStation Network with slightly improved graphics and trophy support. In Primal we play as Jan or as Scree, the gargoyle. Jan's boyfriend was attacked during a live concert by this weird creature. Then the creature runs off with him, leaving the main protagonist badly injured. Scree the gargoyle tells her that she must leave the physical plane Mortalis and accompany him to the demon plane known as Oblivion. During gameplay we can change between Jan and Scree, cause both have their unique strengths and skills.
Tomb Raider Anniversary.
I absolutely love the Tomb Raider franchise, and Tomb Raider Anniversary, along with Legend, was the rebirth of the series after that awful Angel of Darkness thing that almost killed Lara. Crystal Dynamics came to the rescue with Tomb Raider Legend in 2006 and in 2007 with this incredible remake of the original game from 1996, and besides offering progressive scan resolution, the PlayStation 2 release could also be purchased as a special and European exclusive collector's edition, offering more stuff besides the game, like a documentary, promotional material and a CD with music not only from Anniversary but also from Legend. It was highly praised upon release, but in contrast, sold really poorly. It was even pointed as the worst selling game in the entire franchise. However, its gameplay and levels were rebuilt, the narrative was expanded by Toby Gard himself, that, as you know, was the one that created Lara and her own attributes in the first place. The original soundtrack was remade and revamped using an orchestral style, so this is a must-have and a must-play title.
Shadow of the Colossus.
This is such a beautiful and unique game. It received its first remaster back in the glory days of the PlayStation 3. If there were any. Don't get me wrong, I love my PS3, and it was where I played Shadow of the Colossus and Ico with Stereoscopic 3D. And let me tell you that it's a freaking awesome experience. Well, I've already told you that on my video dedicated to 3D compatible games, not only for the PS3, but also for the Xbox 360. Check it out if you missed it.
Crap.
But back to its original PlayStation 2 release in 2005-2006 here in Europe, it was possible to be enjoyed with progressive scan enabled. But let's face it, few were the ones that had the chance to enjoy this one, and all others included in this video with 480p resolution. TVs that supported component in and even the component cables themselves were nowhere to be seen. So I only started to fully enjoy these games around 2013, right when the console was discontinued and when the PlayStation 4 was a couple of months away from its debut. Even so, I was completely overwhelmed with its graphical beauty, pushing the hardware of the PlayStation 2 to its limits. To enable progressive scan, just go to the game's own menu. As simple as that.
Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast.
And to conclude, one of the most amazing games on the system, Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast. And with progressive scan, It's absolutely stunning, offering frenetic gameplay and vibrant colors, something quite uncommon, cause as you know, the system's palette tends to be a tad darker. Sumo Digital used the same formula applied to their Xbox conversion of OutRun 2 a year earlier, improving and expanding it to a whole new level. Again, the progressive scan mode is offered while booting, and in this one, new game modes and cars are available, turning Coast to Coast into the most complete package in the whole OutRun series. And the best one too! There's no realistic physics and damage, only pure and insanely fast fun. And besides driving these beautiful and licensed Ferraris, we have to impress not just one, but several different girlfriends. Oh yeah? But again, the progressive mode in this one is really something to behold. What a beautiful, beautiful game!
Woohoo! Oh yeah! Woohoo! Yeehaw! Oh yeah! Cheers, folks!
So guys, wanna see more PlayStation 2 PAL games that supports 480p? Leave a comment down below and I'll surely get back to this subject in one of my future uploads. And to keep up to date of my latest videos, don't forget to click on that bell icon. That way you'll be notified when a new one is available. But for that, you must be subscribed to the channel to be able to activate all notifications. Also, and if you really enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and to share it across the multitude of social media out there. It will help tremendously. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!
Hey guys, welcome back! DOS gaming had a huge impact on me, and this mighty IBM PS1 was my very first PC, and a couple years ago I managed to restore it and bring it back from the dead. So are you ready for a trip down memory lane to the best DOS gaming era? Let's take a look!
By 1990, the PC market had become so popular that video game related companies preferred to get the PC versions released first, even though the Amiga and Atari platforms had already proved to have better graphics and sound capabilities. Technical capabilities, however, were no match for the superior user base the PC offered. By that time, 65% of the home computer market was made up of IBM compatibles, with the Amiga at 10% and every other platform, including Atari and Apple, somewhere below that mark. By December of 1992, 82% of the gaming market was focused on PCs, with Apple taking 8% and the Amiga just 5%. And by September of 1993 was when I bought my very own PC, leaving my Amiga behind. Well, I never really left my beloved Amiga, only needed to focus my attention towards my brand new IBM PS1 because of my academic choices at high school. Launched by mid-1992, the Intel 486 DX266 was a massive advance from its predecessor. Gaming on a PC had never looked or been so good. The DX266 was the ultimate in gaming processors. It was fast, had an extra 8 KB of on-chip cache, and was priced just right for the new DOS gamer like myself to enjoy the benefits of an amazing gaming setup where the likes of Doom 2 and X-Wing ran beautifully. This was the top of the range in terms of gaming and a super fast processor compared to what came before, and telling your friends at school that you had a DX266 and inviting them over to play Doom 2 the way it should be played really helped to have a ton of envy eyes looking over my shoulders. Obviously, that AMD had also their own much cheaper contestant, but it didn't perform quite as well. The MS-DOS based PC is a platform that doesn't get enough respect that it deserves. And you know why? Because it simply never died, like every single gaming system that ever existed. The MS-DOS gaming PC evolved with the appearance of Windows 95. So this was a platform that never had a proper burial ritual like, as said, all other gaming systems to this date. The clean and smooth transition from MS-DOS to Windows 95 kind of attenuated the nostalgia that surrounds PC gaming throughout the years. My IBM PS1 model 2168 that I managed to buy by September of 1993 has a silhouette that for me is a symbol of the best years of MS-DOS gaming. And in relation to that, gamers can't simply describe a DOS gaming machine just like we describe the looks and style of, for instance, a Master System or a Nintendo 64. PCs came in various formats and shapes from so many different brands, so again, that's another reason that led gamers to never really pay the proper respects to the platform. It's also imperative to notice that the pace of PC hardware development has always been constant since the early days of DOS gaming, in contrast to, for instance, Commodore that saw years go by without any major new development. That's what killed Commodore in the first place, staying for years in the shadow of the success of the Amiga 500, while Intel processors and IBM PC compatibles evolved almost on a daily basis. A while back I've already told the origins of the personal computer, and you can click on the annotation on the top right of the screen to go directly to that video. So for now, let's just recall some of my biggest addictions back from the glory days of DOS gaming that I still play nowadays on my beloved IBM PS1 486 DX266, and that always remained on the hard drive since then. Dune 2 is a perfect example of the rise and importance of gaming on the PC. It was released first for DOS machines, later being ported to other systems. If you recall, I've mentioned it on one of my latest videos as being part of the amazing Power, Corruption and Lies compilation for DOS. Check it out if you missed it.
Recording.
So besides Dune 2, another game that I've played a ton on my DOS machine and that stayed on the hard drive since then was Doom 2. The classic, the revolutionary Doom 2 that rocked the place down and made all my friends jealous. Being one of the last ones from my personal circle of friends to own a PC was really cool, cause I was able to run every single new game that was coming out with no issues at all. Everyone wanted to come over to my parents' house to play Doom 2 the way it should be played. Pinball Fantasies was another amazing piece of programming that would always bring a smile to everyone who played it. This one was first released for the Amiga and later ported to the PC, and it was one of those games that I was completely in love with on the Amiga that I should also have on my brand new IBM. I've recently made my review and historical background on Pinball Fantasies, so please check it out. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Pronouncing this game's title to my friends was so damn funny back in school by the time it was released, cause removing one of the D's on the second word of cannon fodder is a bit on the naughty side when pronounced in Portuguese. Back in those days, we were just innocent and curious kids, you know? So Cannon Fodder was another game originally released for the Amiga and later ported to the PC and other systems. This one I only played on DOS, and only many years later I managed to try the Amiga original. That is the best, I must add. But even so, my first contact with this game was with the PC version, so this is, for me, the one that really means something to me and keeps the nostalgia level sky high. Now for a racing game, a genre that you know that I'm completely crazy about. So, talking about crazy, here's Crazy Cars 3 from the French developer Titus. If you remove the U from the Titus, you get Okay, never mind. Back then, there were obviously way better racing games on DOS, like the ones from the Lotus and Network Q Rack Rally series, but the Crazy Cars franchise was with me since the glory days of the ZX Spectrum, in where I used to play the first two games. We just have to floor our way through in these illegal street races, passing all cars and trying to reach the main rivals in front, so that we can arrive in first place and win all the money in stake from the bets placed before the race started. It's that simple. Now, one of my most played point-and-click adventure games was Day of the Tentacle, with its incredible art style and dark humor, and it came from the creative minds of those crazy fellows, Tim Schafer and Dave Grossman, obviously. I miss so much the glory days of graphic adventures, mainly from Lucasfilm and LucasArts. If you haven't watched my complete history video on those mythic video game companies, feel free to click on the annotation on the top right of the screen. As I've told so many times on my videos, I absolutely love pinball games, and besides Pinball Fantasies, I also used to play a ton Extreme Pinball, the first game from Digital Extremes, but not the first game by James Schmalz. A couple of years prior to Extreme Pinball, James also gave us the fantastic Epic Pinball, another that I used to play a lot back in the day. This particular one was developed and released for DOS back in 1995 and later ported to the PlayStation, a version that received really poor reviews. For last, Jazz Jackrabbit was a sort of Sonic game that PC gamers were looking for. An extremely fast side-scrolling platformer, a style more common to see on consoles by that time. It was developed and published by Epic Mega Games, Wells, for DOS and later for Mac and for Windows. As said, Jazz was inspired by games like Sonic and Zool, and its fast-paced gameplay, beautiful graphics and amazing soundtrack was what really grabbed every single one of us that didn't own a gaming console by that time. And this was the game that we would show to our friends that had, for instance, a Mega Drive or a Super Nintendo. They were impressed, I can tell you that, and started to look differently at computers, cause these beasts can also be fun. These were just a few games that are still installed on the hard drive since around 1997, time when I upgraded to a Pentium machine paired with a Diamond Monster 3D FX card. Unfortunately, I got rid of that card, but I kept the games that came bundled. Lastly, I have to thank to Kappa Games, CTG Games and Spatput for giving me the inspiration to create this video. Last week I was on the Portuguese podcast United Gamers about PC gaming, and it was, with no doubt, the spark that fueled my motivation for this episode.
Tanto jogo bom em DOS, lá está, deixem-me dizer isto, o DOS, aliás, o PC Gaming foi uma plataforma que nunca morreu, não é? Evoluiu, passou do DOS para o Windows e cá estamos ainda com isto, não é? Com o PC Gaming. E não há aquela nostalgia pelo PC Gaming como há, por exemplo, pela Mega Drive, pela Super Nintendo e pela NES e por isso tudo, foram consolas que surgiram, apareceram, morreram. E agora o pessoal, e tal, nostalgia, bué, quando eu jogava aquele jogo, não sei o quê, na Mega Drive e tal. Não há essa coisa pelo PC Gaming. E o PC Gaming foi daquelas plataformas que nunca morreu. Foi sempre evoluindo, sistemas operativos novos e não sei o quê, mas foi sempre evoluindo, nunca morreu. Não há aquela coisa, aquela nostalgia pelo PC Gaming como há pelas outras plataformas todas. Exato. É isto que eu tenho a dizer do PC Gaming. Pronto, posso ir embora.
So guys, do you want to discover more DOS games that are still buried on the hard drive of my mighty IBM PS1 rig? Drop me a comment down below, and I'll certainly bring more of these videos in the near future. And while you're at it, don't forget to like, to share, to subscribe and to click on that bell icon so that you're notified when all my upcoming content becomes available. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in my next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! As you know,
Last year I finally got my hands on a ZX Spectrum Plus 3, one of my childhood dreams. So, are you interested in knowing more about this amazing machine and some of the best games to play on it? Come along, let's take a look!
1984 was the year when I had my first contact with a ZX Spectrum, the rubber-keyed 48K. I was 9 by then and I had practically no clue of what it was about. It looked like a toy, a friendly and quite fascinating toy connected to a TV that ended up grabbing my attention. It was mysterious. We needed to type things and plug a tape recorder to get it to do stuff. 3 years later, that obligation simply vanished when Amstrad bought Sinclair Research and brought the first ZX Spectrum with an incorporated tape recorder. The grey 128K Plus 2 was introduced in the market and was a huge sales success. And taking advantage of that, Amstrad soon realized that it was the time to also bring a disc-based ZX Spectrum, just like their own CPC 6128. And so, the Plus 3 was born. The first impact is the return of the black color, so particular to old Clive's ZX Spectrums, and as said, instead of a tape recorder, was time to bring a disc drive, the same 3-inch disc drive that also equipped Amstrad's own CPC 6128 mentioned earlier, and the 664 prior to that. And because of the inclusion of the disk drive, a disk operating system was also needed, so extra ROM was fitted onto the Plus 3. The manual is a beast of a book that covers every aspect of this machine and completely different from the ones from all other Spectrum models that came before the Plus 3. The disk drive is obviously its central focus, and this 330-page book was also bundled with the successor of the Grey Plus 2, the Plus 2A. It isn't perfect, far from that, but by that time it practically ditched the need of having other Spectrum-related books. 6 games came bundled with the release of the Plus 3 on one single disc, and from Ocean Software that always supported the Spectrum 128K since its first model, the well-known and extremely coveted Spanish TOS rack. And as you know, going from cassette tapes to floppy disks was a huge leap when it comes to loading speeds. Instead of waiting 11 minutes and 20 seconds for Batman the movie to load from the real cassette, from this it would take about 15 seconds. And from my newest find, the Div IDE, the wait is reduced to just 4 seconds of loading time and completely error-free. Whoever had a Plus 3 back in late 80s, going back to cassettes was a mission that they wouldn't accept. I can comprehend that now, over 30 years later. Being Ocean Software a major supporter of the 128K, all their new games would have a 128K version, mainly incorporating amazing music in their respective menu screens and even throughout the whole game. As mentioned before, Batman the movie is a great example of that, and taking only a few seconds to load would back then look like science fiction. As told in many of my other ZX Spectrum related episodes, this is one of my favorite games ever made. Wack Le Mans was also one of my most played racing games back in the day, and the 128K version would offer this amazing tune in the main menu. By then, the brand Imagine was already in the hands of Ocean, and the game's graphics engine was so good that it ended up being used in the arcade conversion of Chase HQ to create this amazing smooth scrolling on the Specky. And talking about Chase HQ, the 128K version would also load all levels at once, but from tape it would take too long. The disc format was indeed a blessing for those huge 128K titles. And we can't talk about these three without mentioning RoboCop. It's one of the greatest titles for the ZX Spectrum that was #1 for a year and a half. In 2017 I've uploaded a complete history video about this amazing game, so feel free to check it out to know more about its peculiar development process. As I've mentioned previously on many other occasions, Ocean Software was a major supporter of the 128K since the beginning, releasing all their new and future titles not only in 48K, but also in an enhanced 128K version of their astonishing creations. Other examples are, for instance, The Untouchables, Combat School and Cabal. In late 80s and early 90s, Ocean even started to develop and release 128K exclusive games like Where Time Stood Still, Adidas Championship Football, The Addams Family, RoboCop 2, Total Recall and Bang, just to name a few. Obviously that all other major software houses would board that same train and publish amazing games that would take advantage of these now highly coveted machines. Continental Circus, Exelon, Elevator Action, Enduro Racer, an avalanche of Dizzy titles, Turrican 2, Time Scanner, Cybernoid 1 and 2, etc, etc. As said before, the Plus 2A was in the meanwhile also introduced in the market during 1987 as the replacement of the grey Plus 2 and as an alternative to the more expensive Plus 3. By 1987 the Plus 3 would cost around £249, £670 in 2017 using historic inflation rates. Blank discs would go for about £2 and games around the £15 mark. Way too expensive for most people that wanted to use the Plus 3 exclusively for games. Even so, Amstrad stated that by the end of the 80s, 15% of Speccy users owned a Plus 3. In late 1990, the Plus 3 ended up being discontinued because Amstrad's own and much more expensive CPC 6128 Plus was arriving in time for Christmas of that year. A sad day for Speccy lovers and Plus 3 owners. The Plus 2, on the other hand, would continue to be manufactured with a revised edition and now known as the Plus 2B, now ditching the possibility to plug an external disk drive. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this look onto one of the most iconic Speccies ever released. It was indeed science fiction, going from slow and unreliable cassette tapes to high-speed and feature-proof floppy disks. And back in 1987, at school, whoever owned a Plus 3 was seen as a sort of god that came from the future, bringing this high-tech equipment and making everyone jealous of being able to load games in less than 10 seconds. I'm really glad that I managed to get one of these in practically mint condition and with a div IDE. It's that kind of magic. Again, if you've enjoyed this video, like, comment, share, subscribe and click that bell icon so that you're notified when a new video becomes available. Thank you very much for watching and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! It's really hard to believe that the PlayStation 3 had already surpassed 10 years of existence, a system that had a quite harsh initial start. So let's recall its history and point out some of the titles that I still relish playing on the system.
Let's take a look!
The PlayStation 3, Sony's black sheep, was originally released in November of 2006 in Japan and in the United States. European and Australian PlayStation fans would have to wait till March of the following year to get their hands on the system. It was one of the most expensive consoles to this date, mainly due to its incorporated Blu-ray disc player that would be Sony's media of choice for their brand new system. It arrived a full year after its main rival, the Xbox 360, but it would offer out of the box a lot more features than Microsoft's second console, like built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth 2.0, HDMI, and as said, the Blu-ray disc player, a format that was taking its first steps and going against the HD DVD that brings to mind the battle between Betamax and VHS back in the 80s. As you know, the Betamax format was developed by Sony and released to the market in 1975, and 10 years later, by 1985, the VHS was declared the winner, cause both the format and VHS players were way cheaper than Betamax compatible machines. But let's not forget that the porn industry was also a huge deal around that time, that used this cheaper format since the beginning to reach their specific audience. Over 20 years later, Sony, as one of the major players supporting the Blu-ray disc, would fight with all their strength so that this time around, this brand new HD format would emerge victorious. The PS3 was announced at 2005's E3, and a prototype was shown that would offer 2 HDMI ports, 6 USB and 3 Ethernet connections, along with the awkward boomerang controller. Obviously that all those ports and connections were going to be reduced, so a year later the final design was unveiled, both for the console and its controller, this last one retaining the DualShock look from its older brothers. The 60GB model would cost around $600 and was one of the few that offered a card reader and the ability to natively play PS2 games. It was often considered as a supercomputer that even the US Air Force would pick over 1700 PS3s to create this machine capable of calculating 500 teraflops per second to be able to analyze high-definition satellite imagery. Just like its predecessor that offered out of the box an alternative to basic DVD players, the PS3 would also allow playback of movies in Blu-ray format with up to 1080p Full HD and 7.1 environmental audio, marketing itself as a true alternative to standard Blu-ray disc players that could cost around the same price as Sony's powerful system. Hugely criticized by fans was the use of the same font for the PlayStation 3 lettering, as seen on Sony's own Spider-Man trilogy directed by Sam Raimi and released between 2002 and 2007. And besides that, the original PS3 model would also suffer from overheating, leading to that infamous yellow light of death. The release of the slim model in September of 2009 helped to eliminate those overheating problems, consequently increasing sales. 3 years later, a new revision would arrive, smaller and lighter, with practically half the weight of the original model and known as the Super Slim. As of March of 2016, Sony revealed that the PlayStation 3 sold around 86 million units worldwide, and a year later, by March of 2017, was discontinued. So, to celebrate this groundbreaking and powerful console that was misunderstood by many and hard to work with to others, here's a bunch of my favorite titles that I truly love to play on the system, others that I still get back to quite often, and a couple that, in a way or another, marked this generation.
The Orange Box.
The Orange Box is one of the greatest compilations ever in the history of video games. It's my opinion, obviously. Besides offering Half-Life 2 and all its following chapters, there's Portal and Team Fortress 2. But the most mediatic thing about this particular version was that Gabe Newell refused to publish it for the PlayStation 3, stating that it was a waste of everybody's time. So, Electronic Arts was the company responsible for the PS3 port, who gathered a team of PS3 programming wizards to get the job done. It's not the best version, but it's something I'll recall forever, mainly cause, a couple of years later, Gabe Newell came forward, assuring players that the PS3 version of Portal 2 was the best. Go figure.
What now? Whoa! Hold on! Alright, let's get off before the next ride starts.
Yakuza 4.
Exclusive to the PlayStation 3, Yakuza 4 is my favorite installment of the series. Bear in mind that I've yet to play 5 and 0 and 6 will only arrive in Europe by March of 2018. It's a groundbreaking series that had its origins on the PlayStation 2 by Sega's trustful hands. This particular entry in the series had its original debut in March of 2010 in Japan and 1 year later exactly in the US and Europe. In my honest opinion, the whole series has a slight taste of Shenmue, and that's something that grabbed me right from the beginning. And this is, for me, one of the greatest exclusive franchises that PlayStation consoles ever had.
God of War 3.
Kratos will have...
While we wait for the new God of War, let's recall its third amazing installment. Obviously that the PS3 was made of exclusives, cause as you know, games made exclusively for that console would always get the most out of it. And God of War was no exception. Released just when Yakuza 4 arrived in Japan by March of 2010, it was target of a huge marketing campaign that turned it into a huge commercial success. It was even advertised through this paint scheme on Joey Logano's NASCAR vehicle. But this wasn't the case of a huge campaign marketing a bad game. God of War 3 is amazing and a must-have for everyone that is collecting for the system. And have you seen the huge scale of the Titans? What a spectacle! As a true enthusiast of mythology, the God of War series was always something that I praised and cherished since its first installment. Looking forward to the brand new vision that Santa Monica Studio is bringing to Kratos.
Heavy Rain.
After the Nomad Soul and Fahrenheit, the French developer Quantic Dream offered PS3 players this incredible and personal experience, sort of graphic adventure by the name Heavy Rain, released once more by 2010. We immediately connect with the characters and were compelled to solve the mystery of the origami killer in this interactive movie that is gossiped around the web, that was supposedly under adaptation to the big screen. As said, this is a movie already, an interactive one, so don't bother. It was initially also planned to be released for the PC, and prior to that, even as an Xbox 360 exclusive, but for this last one, Microsoft turned it down due to its kidnapping central focus, foreseeing a media scandal. It ended up as a huge success, both for Quantic Dream and for Sony, with reviewers praising the atmosphere, the story, the music, the controls, that turns Heavy Rain into an involving and exhilarating experience. It was awarded as the best PS3 game of 2010 by GameSpy and IGN, besides other impressive achievements for music and technical innovation in gaming and visual engineering.
You have reached your destination. Are you ready to show your courage in order to save your son? Listen carefully.
Little Big Planet 1 and 2.
Maravilhoso assombro.
Now for a couple more exclusive titles, here's Little Big Planet 1 and 2. Never played or owned the third chapter, but I guess I should also mention it. So what a breath of fresh air this was back then, and still is if you're playing the franchise for the very first time. We just want to clear one more stage again and again, in where we control Sackboy in this highly addictive and exclusive series of puzzle games. In these first two entries in the series, gameplay is centered around traditional two-dimensional platforming that drastically evolved from that simple concept to the inclusion of minigames and even other genres. In-game there's also a ton of cooperative puzzles with special prize bubbles that can only be collected when played with a friend. And we could create our own levels and share them with the world. And there's around 10 million user-created levels available on the PlayStation Network. Amazing.
Need for Speed Hot Pursuit.
It's been a long time since I had such fun with a Need for Speed game. This last-gen reincarnation of the legendary Hot Pursuit series is really addictive, that also has that long-lost Burnout touch, cause as you know, it was developed by Criterion Games. It's funny that most of these games, most of my favorite games on the PS3, were released in 2010. My son was born in 2010, so 2010 was a great year for me in all respects. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit was released in November of 2010, and it introduced the auto lock system that allows the player to connect with friends for head-to-head races, giving that extra boost of commitment and engagement with the game itself, just like it happens on other games that came after. It features career modes both for racers and for cops, and the game's location is 4 times bigger than, for instance, Burnout Paradise, that was Criterion's previous title. This was accomplished with the help from the Battlefield team, Digital Illusions, also known as DICE. As for vehicles, they're all licensed, and the sentence in order is: all the cars you dreamed of driving in the way you dreamed on driving them.
Deus Ex Human Revolution.
What really attracts me in Human Revolution is the Blade Runner and Tron feeling. Obviously that this game hasn't got anything to do with both those movies, but the futuristic setting and soundtrack really drives me into those memories of watching those cinema masterpieces for the very first time back in my youth.
Subsection 6.
It is set in the year 2027, only 10 years from now, in where we play as Adam, a former element from a SWAT team, now contracted as a security officer by the Serif Industries. It functions as a prequel to the original Deus Ex, combining first-person shooter, role-playing and stealth elements with quests and tons of exploration. So the Serif Industries suffers a large-scale attack, in where the player comes highly injured, being later submitted to an extensive augmentation ordered by the company's CEO, David Sarif, so that we could go and chase down the attackers. An amazing plot awaits us in this frenetic cyberpunk alternative reality.
Dante's Inferno.
PlayStation is the God of War's middle name, so Dante's Inferno should be its younger brother. It came to close the gap for Xbox players that also wanted Kratos on their system. I speak for myself, obviously. It would have been awesome to play God of War on the Xbox and Xbox 360. Dante's Inferno came from the recently deceased Visceral Games, a studio responsible for the amazing Dead Space series, besides many other groundbreaking titles. So let's just pay an homage to Visceral with probably the most controversial title that came right from the deeps of hell.
By all that is holy.
As you're already guessing, it was based on Inferno from the Divine Comedy, in where we play as Dante, reimagined by Visceral as a Templar Knight. Beatrice is also seen as a sort of damsel in distress and not as Dante's savior, like it should be, and how she was portrayed in the poem, so this minor change ended up annoying a lot of people, mainly scholars and professors. But Electronic Arts ended up as the main responsible for all the controversy and bad press, due to their dull marketing campaigns around this particular game. However, I don't see people complaining about the tons of games that are similar to, let's say, Call of Duty or Medal of Honor, but as for Dante's Inferno being similar to God of War, unleashed such a wave of criticism that practically everyone ignored the creative and visually impressive graphic nature of Visceral's depiction of hell. And it would be awesome to see Kratos versus Dante, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots.
Metal Gear Solid 4 is another exclusive PlayStation 3 title that must be highlighted and praised. Another Kojima masterpiece set 5 years after Sons of Liberty, in where we control Old Snake in one last mission. Snake aged prematurely, that was artificially coded into his genes, and is now prone to even pass out when receiving damage or being under huge amounts of stress.
Snake, are you alright?
To calm him down, simply eat or drink something, smoke, and why not, read an adult magazine. He's got only 1 year to live, so better get the most out of it. The funny was that this fourth installment in the series wasn't supposed to even exist, but public demand left Kojima with no other choice than make a direct sequel to Metal Gear Solid 2. Kojima simply left too many mysteries to be unveiled in the end of Sons of Liberty that fans practically begged for that sequel. Also, and after Snake Eater, Kojima stated that he was retiring as director of the Metal Gear series, so a new team leader was announced for this fourth installment. Again, fans demanded Kojima's involvement in the game. He even received death threats if he really opted not to. So, Guns of the Patriots ended up being directed by Shuyo Murata and co-directed by Hideo Kojima. So I guess that Kojima was really looking forward to step away from the Metal Gear series and from Konami altogether. It was released in the early days of the console by June of 2008 and helped to sell a lot of systems with an estimated total sales of around 6 million copies worldwide.
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
The MotorStorm franchise.
The MotorStorm franchise was my first priority for the PlayStation 3 since I watched that trailer on 2005's E3. All the mud being splattered all across the screen and the overwhelming tractor formation really grabbed my attention. But PS3's price held me back. I wasn't prepared to pay that huge amount of money just because I was eagerly looking forward to play Evolution Studios' venture into this new HD era. I was always a fan of their work since the very first World Rally Championship licensed game for the PlayStation 2 back in 2001, so this was going to be huge, cause Evolution Studios always had the backing from Sony and all the tools to make it happen. And after the release of the very first MotorStorm, Sony ended up acquiring Evolution Studios by September of 2007. MotorStorm Pacific Rift followed in 2008, that takes us to these beautiful locations around volcanic mountainsides, jungles, beaches, caves, etc. It introduced monster trucks and a 4-player split-screen feature. Riders on bikes and ATVs can now throw punches to other drivers, just like it was seen in Road Rash back in early 90s. MotorStorm Apocalypse took the franchise further back in 2011. It takes place in an apocalyptic city based on California's Bay Area, packed with 40 tracks that can be completely devastated by tornadoes and earthquakes. Helicopters can also crash into buildings, causing huge chaos. There's also pedestrians that will attack us with guns and stuff, and the hell as simply break loose in the apocalypse. And a freaking cool feature that this game offers is the ability to play it using Stereoscopic 3D. Have you tried it? No? You don't know what you're missing? Check my episode totally dedicated to video games with Stereoscopic 3D support.
The Uncharted franchise.
Back in 2006, LucasArts was planning the release of the greatest Indiana Jones action-adventure game the world had ever seen by the time Drake's Fortune was announced. Needless to say that it caught LucasArts completely off guard. Since 1996 that Naughty Dog develops video games exclusively for Sony consoles, and their brand new IP for the PlayStation 3 couldn't have been more successful than it was, selling over 2.6 million copies and being praised by everyone that played it. On this precise date, November the 19th of 2017, when this episode was published, Uncharted Drake's Fortune celebrates its 10th anniversary. The voice acting, the frenetic action, the highly inspirational and cinematic soundtrack, the overwhelming and breathtaking locations, all these tasty ingredients would immediately spawn two other amazing sequels, completing one of the greatest trilogies ever to grace the gaming world.
Something you don't see every day.
Being a huge fan of the genre, I was eager to play not only Drake's Fortune, but also Among Thieves and Drake's Deception, something I managed to do just a couple years ago. And what a ride it was! Loved every minute of this journey. All three titles managed to grab me really tight in this sort of mix between Indiana Jones and National Treasure, without forgetting, obviously, the Tomb Raider franchise. Nathan Drake's second adventure that arrived in 2009 would explore even further the power of PS3's cell processor to deliver way more realistic animations, locations, and cinematic sequences. As stated by the developers, Among Thieves uses between 90 and 100% of the cell processor, being most likely one of the few PS3 games that are fully optimized to take advantage of the real capabilities that the PlayStation 3 offered.
Hello, Harry.
An install of the game to the hard disk wasn't even needed, and the 25 GB of the Blu-ray disc were completely used. An incredible achievement in every aspect, no doubt, and to complement that, it sold over 6 million copies, being also rewarded as one of the greatest video games of all time. 2 years later, Drake's Deception was launched, built with a more advanced game engine that offered improved physics, even more realistic animations, textures and graphic environmental effects such as water, smoke, sand and fire dynamics, leading to one of the main goals of Naughty Dog for this game, to achieve that 100% of processing power of the PlayStation 3. The development was so extremely focused on that objective, pushing the technology to its limits, that this third chapter wasn't as compelling and mind-boggling as the previous one. Just like in MotorStorm Apocalypse, Stereoscopic 3D was also implemented onto Uncharted 3, and to a pretty damn good effect also.
The Last of Us.
And from Naughty Dog came in 2013, another amazing masterpiece exclusively for the PlayStation 3, winning tons of awards and being considered as one of the greatest video games of all time. The Last of Us is an action-adventure game just like Uncharted, but in a survival horror mode set in an hostile and post-apocalyptic depiction of the United States. This was the first time that Naughty Dog had split into two teams, one developing Uncharted 3 and the other creating The Last of Us, and they came up with one of the most memorable stories ever written for a video game. A true epic that really stood out among the crowd, and a perfect example of what could be accomplished when you're driven by passion for the business and having all the tools required. The Last of Us is beautiful, no matter from what perspective we look at it. The violence depicted is necessary and comprehensible to keep us safe in such an hostile environment, and the female characters are treated respectfully in this game. There's no poorly dressed babes or a damsel in distress.
Not a bad read.
Well, at first, Ellie seems like a vulnerable one, but soon we realize how strong she is.
Where did you get that?
We simply care about these characters and we just want to keep them safe. That's what The Last of Us is able to deliver right from the first couple of minutes of gameplay. And it will surely make you laugh and most certainly cry, something that not every developer can quite accomplish in a video game. Naughty Dog nailed it completely, and there's no doubt in my mind that the PS3 was essential to create something so visually and narratively outstanding that even the PS4 will be struggling to beat. But it's Naughty Dog, and I'm sure that they won't be letting us down in the near future. There's a few more exclusive PS3 games that must be highlighted, and obviously many other superb multi-platform titles that I've never played on the system, cause I've simply came across the better versions in most cases. And needless to say that playing driving games on the PS3 with a DualShock is such a pain. My original 160GB hard drive died while making this episode, so I had to grab a replacement ASAP. Went for a 500 gigs hard disk, and needless to say that I lost my save games for all these titles, and to capture footage had to start every single one from the beginning. Yeah. Stuff that happens with these new consoles. Even so, hope you've enjoyed this episode, a sort of tribute to the mighty PS3 that gave birth to awesome exclusive franchises. There's a ton of videos on my channel related to so many other systems, showcasing also my favorite titles for each one of those, so please browse the channel and take a journey back in time to the early days of video gaming. While you're at it, click on that bell icon so that you're notified when the next video becomes available. Also, don't forget to like, to comment, to share, and to subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Welcome back! This week, something different. Games from the last generation that offered stereoscopic 3D support. And I just got the right tools to try it out. Let's take a look. The stereoscopic 3D hype for the 7th generation of consoles began in 2010, after the release of Avatar from James Cameron, and is no longer considered a key feature for the success of a movie or a video game. In fact, the latest games that offered this feature were released in 2015. The surprise effect on gamers quickly wears off. Even so, there's around 78 games for the PlayStation 3 and 31 for the Xbox 360 that uses this feature. Obviously, that such a feature with similar effect is around since the early days of video gaming, but for this episode, the spotlight is toward solely to the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. Also, and for these tests, I used my good old 42-inch Panasonic Full HD 3D LED TV from 2012 and a pair of Panasonic passive polarized 3D glasses, just like the real D ones that are used in cinemas. So, here's the titles with stereoscopic 3D support that I have in my collection and that I recommend you all to try, if you fancy this kind of stuff, obviously. I'll try to do my best to describe what I see and feel while playing these games in 3D, so and starting with the Xbox 360. Here's Assassin's Creed Revelations. That was the first Assassin's Creed game to use this feature back in 2011. Finished recently the very first Assassin's Creed almost 10 years after its debut, and just started the second entry in the franchise. In Revelations, the setting is way more immersive than before. Characters and scenery just feel alive in such a way that I had never experienced before in previous games from this amazing franchise. And the same applies to Assassin's Creed 3, released a year after Revelations. I just can't wait to finish the second title of the series and start these two with full stereoscopic 3D support. Next up, Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 that have the power to really place us in the boots of a badass Black Ops soldier, completing all those freaking amazing and dangerous assignments behind enemy lines. The stereoscopic 3D, along with its incredibly involving audio environment, will drop you off front and center, and these initial moments from the second entry of the Black Ops series, in where we have to climb these cliffs and fly to a predetermined landing zone using a wingsuit, are simply overwhelming. The first-person shooter is one of the many genres that really suited perfectly for the use of the stereoscopic 3D feature, so the 2012 BFG edition of Doom 3 is the definitive way to immerse ourselves into the scary scenario of this research facility on Mars, where all hell has simply break loose. If the normal Doom 3 was already scary and frightening, then prepare yourselves for a prescription of an even scarier experience. Sadly, the two first titles of the franchise, bundled with this BFG edition, doesn't offer stereoscopic 3D support. Staying in the FPS genre, Crysis 2 is another title offering a stereoscopic 3D experience in a post-apocalyptic setting. This was a game that I didn't enjoy much back when it was released in March of 2011, but after trying it out using its 3D feature, I'm willing to give it another chance, cause again, I was really immersed in this intense action that Crytek placed at our disposal. Sevati Erli, co-founder, CEO and president of Crytek, stated back in 2010 that the success of 3D movies like Avatar and the introduction of 3D TVs from the hardware manufacturers tells us that this is the next big movement in entertainment, much like HD was years ago. 3D gives gamers an increased level of immersion, which can enhance an intense experience. That statement is what I really felt while playing Crysis 2, but sadly that 2010 production didn't live to everybody's expectations. Batman Arkham City was another cool experience in stereoscopic 3D. This is the Xbox 360 version that, just like its PS3 twin brother, offers the chance for gamers and fans of the character to be part of this obscure setting of Arkham City, a huge super prison that is composed basically by slums of Gotham. Combat and stealth plays a major role in this second venture into the Arkham series, with a huge dose of intense and frenetic action, combined with Tarzan-like swinging along with superb 3D effects. This is how all Batman games should be like. Never tried Batman Arkham VR, but I'm guessing that it can't even reach the hills of Arkham City with the good old stereoscopic 3D activated.
Plenty wrong with me.
Gears of War 3 was another major achievement on the Xbox 360 back when it was released in September of 2011, and playing it in stereoscopic 3D is freaking amazing. The sense of depth in the scenarios is superbly implemented, and the action can really be intense and with plenty of 3D jump scares. When the first Gears of War came out, it was the video game that people would show to friends simply to brag and for them to experience firsthand exploding HD gaming. Later, Gears of War 3 was what people would be using to show off their brand new 3D displays. It's that good. Obviously that Nathan Drake would be jealous if Naughty Dog didn't also take advantage of the stereoscopic 3D feature in one of his adventures. So in Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception, we could contemplate Nathan's perfect air in all its 3D glory. Finished this third chapter of the Uncharted series in December of 2016 and played it in 3D from beginning to end. And let me tell you, it was one hell of a ride. My favorite is still Among Thieves, but Drake's Deception, played in 3D, is simply one of a kind. One of my most fondly remembered moments was the arrival to the Lost City, and I just stood there contemplating all its beauty. The scale and depth just petrified me. What a spectacle! An amazing experience, no doubt. A few racing games were also contemplated with stereoscopic 3D support, that even offered the ability for two players to use the 3D functionality simultaneously, enabling a full-screen view for both of them at the same time, rather than the traditional split-screen mode. This technique is called Simul View. Gran Turismo 5 was an example of that, and an amazing experience using the cockpit camera. But I'm still pissed with Polyphony Digital for not having a damage system implemented in their GT franchise. It would be freaking amazing to experience particles in 3D flying all over the screen, and not just the dust being kicked from the rear end of our car while driving off-road. And this led to another driving game that is way more enjoyable than GT5, Motorstorm Apocalypse. What an amazing experience with stereoscopic 3D enabled! Particles and car parts flying all over the place, water being thrown at players' faces. Motorstorm Apocalypse is a feast to our eyes. One of the most impressive 3D games that I've experienced, cause there's so much stuff happening around us that it's quite hard to be focused on driving fast to avoid all those risky situations. Simply amazing. But a couple other spectacular stereoscopic 3D experiences were offered by Ico and Shadow of the Colossus in the Classics HD collection. Loved the originals on the PS2, but when I tried the HD 3D renditions of both, I was just speechless. I just thought that these two couldn't be more beautiful than they already were. These are perfect examples of how a remastered should be done. They didn't simply stick with upgrading the game's engines to HD format. They've also improved and widely expanded the experience, taking full advantage of the stereoscopic 3D effect, turning Ico and Shadow of the Colossus into a couple of unforgettable adventures once more. But the greatest surprise came from Sonic Generations. I wasn't expecting much from this little game, to be honest, but when I tried it in 3D for the first time, I was completely amazed and blown away to tiny pieces. It's true that frame rate can drop at times, but even so, Sonic Generations was the game where I spent the most time with, and then my kid joined me, and we had the time of our lives. What an amazing experience! What an amazing way of playing a Sonic game! Sorry, Sonic and Sonic 2! Sonic Generations in Stereoscopic 3D just became my favorite Sonic title. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this experiment that I did, taking advantage of my good old Panasonic 3D TV that was just sitting around in another room, being completely disrespected regarding its full and overwhelming capabilities. While I play Zen Pinball 2 in 3D on my PS4, feel free to browse my channel for more awesome video game related stuff, from the good old days of the ZX Spectrum till the amazing new world of modern gaming. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back! In 2016 we celebrate the 15 years of the American release of the original Xbox, so it's a perfect time to point out my 10 favorite video games for that amazing system. Let's take a look. November of 2001 was when we saw and touched for the very first time a console system from Microsoft. In its early years, it was seen as a sort of spiritual successor of the Dreamcast, cause many of Sega's franchises lived on in the Xbox. By the time the Xbox was out, the Dreamcast had already been discontinued, and Peter Moore, by then president of Sega of America, has been labeled as the Dreamcast killer, cause he was the one that pulled the plug on the console's manufacturing. The fact is that afterwards, by 2003, he was hired by Microsoft to work on the next-gen's Xbox. So the early years of the Xbox were like a song for the Dreamcast. Sega chairman Isao Okawa visited Bill Gates several times trying to convince him to add Dreamcast compatibility into the Xbox, and by doing that, Dreamcast customers would certainly migrate to Microsoft's console. It would have been a win-win situation for both Sega and Microsoft, but Mr. Gates declined Okawa's proposal. The DirectX box, as it was known, offered out of the box an integrated Ethernet port and was the first console ever to feature a built-in hard drive for save games and other stuff that users could download directly from the Xbox Live online service that would come a year later in November of 2002. Also, safety features must be highlighted, like this breakaway cable that prevented the console from being pulled off, causing all sorts of damage. The system was conceived by a team of 4 engineers in their own free time, trying to create a PC-based console that could rival the next generation systems that would arrive soon. They ended up presenting their idea to Microsoft's CEO, and well, the rest is history. The Xbox was born. Coding for this new system was really easy for developers. As said, the system was basically a high-end PC, based in the Windows kernel and obviously DirectX technology. The Duke was the original controller for the Xbox, inspired on the design of the one from the Dreamcast, at least for its A, B, X, Y buttons, respective colors, triggers and expansion slots. Later, the official controller for the Xbox became the Model S, the one that was bundled in Japan right from the beginning. And every time I look at my Xbox or Xbox 360 controllers, the Dreamcast comes in mind. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was the first man/client on Earth to own an Xbox, and the system sold out quickly after its American launch. 24 million consoles were sold, 16 million of them in US soil only. So, without further ado, let's take a look at my 10 plus 3 favorite video games for the original Xbox.
Crimson Skies, I Rode to Revenge.
One of the most underrated Xbox games nowadays, considered as a cult classic. It was a breath of fresh air into the gaming scene, a unique title from Microsoft Studios that was only available on the Xbox platform. Later was also released for the Xbox 360 through the Xbox Live Marketplace. It suffered a few delays, but the wait was worth it, cause many extra features ended up being included, like Xbox Live support. Developers wanted to expand the formula of its predecessor with a more Indiana Jones-like sky adventure, if you know what I mean, and you can see the Indiana Jones influence right in the game's cover, drawn by Drew Struzan, the responsible for the Man in the Hat movie posters. Many things can be said about this awesome title, so if you like this arcade flight shooter type of games, go get it! The original boxed game works fine on the 360.
Doom 3.
Haven't played yet the console version of the newest entry in the series, so my favorite Doom experience on a console system is right here with this third chapter. Loved it on the PC and relived it recently on my 360. Yes, it's supported and it's freaking scary. Since the very first Silent Hill on the PlayStation that I haven't felt the presence of that fear factor in every step that I made. I can't simply recall how many times I had to wash my pants after playing Doom 3. The atmosphere, the almost real-life-like environments, the freaking scary monsters and the claustrophobic feeling got me hooked both on the PC and on the Xbox. Surprisingly, the console port holds up pretty damn well with its amazing smooth and friendly gamepad controls. I was really impressed by how good it felt to play it on the Xbox. But even so, the good old mouse and keyboard are still my favorite weapons in this genre, and Doom 2 is still my favorite from the whole franchise.
Project Gotham Racing and Project Gotham Racing 2.
Bizarre Creations was known as Raising Hell Software back in 1990, just when Psygnosis gave them the chance to emerge in this highly competitive business with this simple and addictive title for the most popular 16-bit systems of the time. Later went on developing amazing racing titles, the fabulous Formula 1 for the PS1 and PC, Metropolis Street Racer for the Dreamcast, the Project Gotham Racing series for Xbox and Xbox 360, and Blur also for the 360, PS3 and PC. All these games are favorites of mine, and focusing solely on the Xbox, obviously the spiritual successor to Metropolis Street Racer was the amazing Project Gotham Racing, another proof that the Xbox is a sort of stepbrother of the Dreamcast. It was a launch title for the American release of the Xbox, and it still looks amazing nowadays. 2 years later came the obvious sequel, Project Gotham Racing 2, that must be placed side to side with the original. Both feature unique characteristics that sets them apart from all other racing games of the time, cause in PGR, winning isn't enough to advance to the next race. What a challenge!
Rally Sport Challenge and Rally Sport Challenge 2.
I love rally games and I couldn't simply pass out Rally Sport Challenge. Played it firstly on the PC and, being an arcade racer, it would appeal to all Sega rally fans and eventually make them migrate from the Dreamcast to the Xbox. The first title was released a couple of months after the console's debut and was extremely well received and praised by the press. It features 29 cars and 4 racing disciplines. basic rally races from point A to point B, rallycross, hill climb and ice racing. This one is compatible with the XBOX360, something that was left aside for the second title of the series. In Rally Sport Challenge 2, cars are divided into 5 categories and offers cockpit camera that was lacking in the first game. So, besides rally, ice racing, rallycross and hill climb, we're given the chance to participate in Group B and Classics events. Both games were developed by Digital Illusions, known today as DICE, that brought us, in the past, amazing pinball titles like Pinball Dreams and Pinball Fantasies, two favorites of mine that you can check out in pixelthing's episode 86.
Ninja Gaiden.
The Ninja Gaiden franchise comes a long way. Played so freaking much the arcade original from 1988 that, as you know, here in Europe was known as Shadow Warriors, that, being such a huge arcade smash, ended up being ported in early 90s to the most popular home computers and consoles. So I obviously got my hands on a pirated copy of the Amiga version and I simply loved it. 16 years after the original arcade game, Team Ninja resurrected Ninja Gaiden and produced this amazing and extremely violent game that even got censored in some regions. It may have a really poor story attached and camera views can be frustrating, but the intense action compensates all that. An official online Master Ninja tournament took place across North America, Europe and Japan, with thousands of players competing for a place in the live final, which was held during the 2004's Tokyo Game Show. This is a really difficult game and save spots are few and far between, but again, the combat sequences alone are worth it. Ninja Gaiden is one of the few video games that has the power to make us feel like we've conquered something great.
Shenmue 2.
As shown in the beginning of this video, Shenmue 2 was probably the biggest bet that would make Dreamcast owners migrate to Microsoft's console. Yes, there was also a Dreamcast version of Shenmue 2, but I never played this second title on Sega's last system, and Microsoft made a bold move, securing the rights for an Xbox version of Shenmue 2, being this one, the only version of Shenmue 2 available in the United States, Xbox's strongest market. Even so, it sold poorly. So what's new in Shenmue 2?
This time.
The scope and scale are incomparable to the first game. It's massive, it's gorgeous, and I love getting lost at the arcades. Now, seriously, Yu Suzuki masterfully expanded Shenmue's formula to such a huge level that I would get lost frequently.
See you around.
But that wasn't a bad thing. I was always discovering new places, new characters, and get completely involved in this astonishing plot. We control, once again, Ryu Azuki, still in pursuit of his father's killer, and this, let's call it, enhanced port of the Dreamcast original, features English voice acting, improved frame rates, lighting, filter effects, etc. Shenmue 2 is an interactive movie, a compelling adventure, and a worthwhile experience.
The true nature of things.
Outrun 2.
I'm a bit divided here. Don't know if I prefer Outrun 2 or the 2006 coast-to-coast version. For the Xbox I only have Outrun 2, that is another amazing exclusive for the system, so I guess I'm gonna go for this one. Outrun 2 was an extremely well-made arcade original game by Sega AM2 and ported to the Xbox by Sumo Digital, that released it in October of 2004 for the delight of fans all over the world. They also added 480p anamorphic widescreen support for everyone that would have a components cable connected, and the game looks gorgeous in 480p. But that wasn't all. They managed to include the original game, remixed audio tracks from the timeless Outrun soundtrack, extra tracks and vehicles, and plenty of extra missions to keep us entertained for quite some time. Here's another proof that magazines and websites can really influence players' choices regarding video games. I can't simply comprehend why reviews were so deceiving. These were certainly made by people that didn't live the arcade experience of late 80s. In consequence, Outrun 2 sold really poorly. I can't recommend it enough. It also runs smoothly on the Xbox 360, so go get it! It's a must-have title.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords.
Play the first Knights of the Old Republic exclusively on the PC, and this second venture, The Sith Lords, was one of my first experiences on Microsoft's first console. BioWare passed the ball over to Obsidian Entertainment, but that wasn't a bad thing. Obsidian is like a brother to BioWare and would normally make sequels to BioWare's blockbusters. And what I like about Obsidian is its darker and edgier vision of things. Hell, they came from Black Isle Studios that brought amazing PC gems like Fallout 2 and Planescape Torment. That's why I love this second title, probably more than the first one. And that's when I fell in love for the Xbox. Even so, it wasn't enough to place it in number 1 of my personal top 10. The Sith Lord starts 5 years after the first game and 4,000 years before Episode 1 The Phantom Menace, placing us in control of an exiled Jedi Knight in a time when the Jedi have been nearly exterminated by the Sith. So our mission is quite simple: gather the remaining forces and defeat the Sith. As simple as that. But between that, we'll experience an overwhelming dark and obscure plot set in this fictional Star Wars universe that I've always loved and praised.
So you've come to die like the Jedi before you.
The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay.
What an underrated stealth adventure this is! Back in 2004, Starbreeze Studios and Vin Diesel worked together to bring this amazing adventure that works as a prequel to the Chronicles of Riddick movie that premiered 2 days after the game's release. Tell me, have you enjoyed Wolfenstein: The New Order? If the answer is yes, then you'll love Escape from Butcher Bay, cause many of its developers went on working on the most recent entries in the Wolfenstein franchise. With amazing weapons, extremely addictive gameplay, and an amazing story, both of the PC and Xbox versions of this game just slipped through my fingers back when they were released. The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay is the only title included in this top 10 that I never played before making this episode. It was one of my first pickups for the Xbox, and I had no idea that I would be completely addicted to it. It's really awesome when this happens. Discover old games that can still leave us speechless. I'm sure that I will be surprised in the future with a lot other titles that passed completely under the radar.
Now you're gonna die.
Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2.
What can be said about the Halo series? It's video gaming at its best. And being the first Halo a launch title for the Xbox, it still looks and plays amazingly 15 years later. And we can't forget how important the first game of the franchise was for FPSs on consoles. And just like Shenmue 2, we feel like we're part of a living and breathing parallel universe that will make us wander around, simply contemplating and enjoying the scenery and textures around us. The Halo franchise is Microsoft's own Star Wars. It feels like we're playing an interactive movie, accompanied by a superb film-like soundtrack in where we're asked to make important tactical decisions regarding the weapon system implemented. If I recall correctly, Halo was my second experience on Microsoft's console. It came bundled with my Xbox along with Midtown Madness 3 and a demo of Dead or Alive 3. Unfortunately, my first Xbox died, but I still have it wrapped up inside the box. And I couldn't simply forget about Halo 2 that, besides its weaker story, but amazing and staggering audiovisual beauty, helped to cement online gaming on consoles. And let's not forget the introduction of dual-wielding weapons that was very welcomed, thank you! So guys, here you have it, my 10 plus 3 favorite titles that I play on my Xbox and Xbox 360, but a lot others are almost as good and deserve being mentioned, so to conclude, here's a few honorable mentions. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this look at my favorite titles for the original Xbox, and I feel the need to explain why there's no Grand Theft Auto games included. Well, as you know, GTA 3, Vice City and San Andreas were PS2 exclusives for a long period of time, and when they were released for the Xbox, I simply prefer to get them for the PC. Feel free to post below your own favorites for this amazing system. I'm always looking for new games that I've never heard of, and you guys have been such a huge help in showing me some amazing gems that practically no one talks about. And also, if you had a blast watching this video, just like, share and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. Hey guys, welcome back! You've probably already noticed that I'm a huge fan of PC gaming since the early days of point-and-click adventures. So, let's track down the origins of the personal computer as we know it nowadays. Let's take a look. The name William Cleland Lowe may not sound familiar to many of you, but it belongs to the father of the IBM PC, or personal computer as we know it, that started with the 5150. That's why my very first PC was an IBM. I wanted the best, and IBM was the only and obvious choice. So, back in August of 1981, the 5150 was introduced after IBM being threatened by a rumor that younger companies like Commodore, Apple, Texas Instruments and Tandy were about to start the whole and still inexistent personal computer market, and to save time, they centered the 5150 in the open architecture concept, using as many off-the-shelf components as possible. It was also during this period that IBM partnered with Microsoft, and both met the tight deadline to stay ahead of the competition. After the IBM PC, or 5150, came 2 years later the IBM XT that introduced the standard of a PC paired with a hard drive, in this case a hard drive with a mind-blowing 10 megabytes of storage capacity, when all others were playing around with tapes and swapping floppy disks. In 1984, the PC Junior was born, directly aiming towards the gaming home computer market, dominated by Sinclair, Commodore, Apple and Atari, that could even be hooked to a television via the built-in RF modulator, just like its competitors. Although it's considered one of the biggest flops in computer history, mainly due to the problematic wireless keyboard, it seems that no one bought this visionary concept, and its price was still way far from being competitive. For that price, people were expecting a more powerful machine. In 1987, the PS2 line of computers was marketed in response to the rising dominance of PC clones coming from Compaq and many others. This new policy and the way IBM was planning to go with their PS2 line led to the resignation of William Lowe. Thanks to this man's vision and the risky move he made, home desktop personal computers are the way we know and love. The Wintel platform, Microsoft's OS installed in a computer powered by an Intel processor, became standard since IBM's 5150 back in 1981 and the number one choice during the 90s, and is still the main and probably best option for home computing and gaming. As you know, I still have my very first IBM that I've managed to buy back in 1993 with the precious help from my parents. It's a 486 DX2 66 MHz with 16 MB of RAM, and you can watch my episode 46 about its restoration. It was a huge and awesome nostalgia rush the moment I pushed that start button. I recall inviting my friends over to play Doom 2 the way it should be played, and the first time they had a glimpse at this magnificent and imposing tower, they got completely mesmerized by it. What a beauty! For those late 90s titles, I also have an IBM, obviously. It's a NetVista model 6793, and you can also watch pixelthing's episode 27 dedicated to it. Just click in the rectangle shown on your screen. So guys, were you a DOS gaming enthusiast back in the 80s and mid-90s? Did you ever try or played around with an IBM machine from that era? Those were IBM's greatest and best years. Stay tuned for a series of videos that I'll be bringing to the channel about my favorite PC games from the 80s, 90s and from the first decade of the new millennium. Meanwhile, check my other IBM related episodes, like for instance the restorations of my PS1 486 DX2 and my Model M mechanical keyboard from 1989. Also, don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe to It's a Pixel Thing. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next week. In 1984, the PC Junior was born, directly aiming towards the gaming home computer market, dominated by Sinclair, Commodore, Apple and Atari. Hey guys, welcome back! The ZX Spectrum 128K plus 2A was my second home computer right before the Amiga, and received a lot of love for about 4 years. So, let's celebrate the 30 years of one of my favorite machines ever and point out some awesome and amazing 128K exclusive titles. Let's take a look. 1986 was the year when Amstrad bought Sinclair Research, but Sinclair's last breath was probably the nowadays highly coveted 128K made in Spain a year before. This was, with no doubt, what the ZX Spectrum Plus should have been, with more memory and a magnificent AY sound chip. The Spanish video game market was thriving, and Sinclair convinced its Spanish partner and retailer Investronica to invest in the development of a brand new gaming machine. This was the very first time that Sinclair marketed one of their machines exclusively as a gaming platform. So the 128K, also known as the Toast Rack, was born. In case you're wondering, the Toast Rack nickname is due to the heatsink present on the right side of the machine. To keep its full compatibility with ZX Spectrum's huge library, this handy menu was introduced that allowed users to commute between 48K and 128K modes. But sadly, the model was short-lived. After its Spanish debut in September of '85 and in February of '86 in the UK, Amstrad bought Sinclair Research for £5 million by April, and by September rushed a brand new and redesigned 128, instantly killing the Toast Rack. The Plus 2 was born, based around the 128 hardware, and was the equivalent of Amstrad's own CPC-464 with its own incorporated tape recorder. The Plus 2 was an instant success, selling more than 300,000 units in the first 6 months. Even so, designers and publishers played it safe, making games for this brand new machine that were still compatible with the good old 48K, cause there were millions of users all over Europe. So what developers did was to make 128K versions of older 48K titles, applying this same rule for most of the newer games that were about to arrive. These 128K versions would mainly incorporate brand new intro and in-game music, and in some cases more levels, enhanced gameplay, and even all levels loaded in one go that would obviously take up to a dozen minutes of wait time. Nonetheless, Amstrad managed to breathe new life into the Spectrum, extending its commercial lifespan into the 90s, something that Sinclair Research was clearly unable to pull off by themselves. Ocean Software was the company that backed the Spectrum 128K from the very beginning, and many of their titles are among my favorites on the system. With that said, here's some of my favorite 128K only games without any specific order. So guys, which were your favorite 128K only games? Let me know in the comment section below. There are certainly some that I've missed. Hey guys, welcome back! As you know, my wife bought me last Christmas a brand new TurboGrafx-16, and since then I've been exploring its amazing library and as well the titles that were exclusive to Japanese players through TurboGrafx brother, the PC Engine. So I've came up with my top 16 titles. TurboGrafx-16? 16 titles, get it? Hey, so, are you curious? Let's take a look. Firstly, I must advise you that for the purposes of this video, I used an emulator on my arcade cabinet so that I had the chance of experience practically every game and came up with a list of the ones that I really want in my collection, cause you know that TurboGrafx and PC Engine video games can be really expensive nowadays. Also, my list goes obviously beyond borders, cause most of the good stuff remained in Japan, in where the system was massively popular, even outselling the Famicom. Briefly. Besides all that, and in my modest opinion, these games are way more enjoyable using an arcade stick rather than with its original controller. And the system allowed only one of these, so if I wanted to play with a friend, we needed to have also the expensive Turbo Tap accessory. So, emulation on an arcade cabinet is very welcome, thank you! The TurboGrafx-16 Entertainment Super System was released firstly in Japan in October of 1987 and known as PC Engine, with a more compact design. North America and Europe, when I say Europe I mean France, got their version almost 2 years later in August and in November of 1989 respectively. Other European countries were kind of reluctant about it, and only England and Spain signed contracts to bring a PAL TurboGrafx-16 over to the old continent, which occurred only by 1990 when the Mega Drive was about to arrive. So the lack of support from third-party developers and publishers instantly killed the system in these regions, cause all the attention was towards the brand new Sega 16-bit console. Also, Nintendo certified that the biggest video game developers signed exclusivity contracts, preventing them to release their most popular titles on rival systems. Despite having an 8-bit CPU, it was the first video game console of the 4th generation that was born after Hudson Soft's failure of selling their advanced 16-bit graphics chips to Nintendo. So they partnered with NEC that were after an excuse of entering the highly popular and lucrative video game business. It was also the first video game console to use the CD-ROM as a video game storage medium in a time when cartridges and floppy disks ruled. Besides that, the U-cards are just awesome that in the end of the 80s was something quite futuristic to handle and to show to your friends. We have to acknowledge that NEC and Hudson Soft pushed gaming technology forward in late 80s, and every single one of us must be grateful for that. So without further ado, let's take a look at my favorite 16 video games for the PC Engine and TurboGrafx Entertainment Super System.
Number 16.
What a better way to start this top 16 with the genre that popularized the system. Blazing Lasers is a vertical shooter with super fast-paced action, published in 1989 and developed by Compile and Hudson Soft. It was known as Gunhead in Japan and based in the Japanese movie with the same name, and was later also released on Wii's Virtual Console and for the PlayStation Network. Its intense action, amazing graphics and sounds were praised by the press in late 80s, but being an exclusive for this platform was quickly forgotten by everyone.
Number 15.
It warms my heart every time I come across a Dakar-like type of game. I just have to play every single title based in my favorite off-road event, and in Victory Run we have to take our vehicle from Paris to Dakar through various types of terrain using this smooth kind of outrun formula. But be extremely careful with your ride, cause it will break down on you. Right before the beginning of the race, we're given the chance of getting 20 parts for eventual repairs, so take it easy and you'll certainly arrive at the finish line in one piece. And be advised that we can only play it with manual shifting. Yeah. It was developed and published by Hudson Soft in December of 1987 for the PC Engine and 2 years later released also for the TurboGrafx. Needless to say that it only got some attention in Japan. Recently it was also released on Wii's Virtual Console and for the PlayStation Network.
Number 14.
Bloody Wolf is an awesome arcade port from a Data East original that in Europe was known as Battle Rangers. In this run-and-gun arcade game, released in 1989 for the PC Engine and in 1990 for the TurboGrafx, we played the role of one commando from the Bloody Wolf Special Forces, going deep into enemy territory searching for MIAs and the President himself in an Ikari Warriors and Mercs style of gameplay. It's a very impressive arcade port with even some new levels added that makes it better than the original. Again, it was later also available on Wii's Virtual Console.
Number 13.
Now, here's a title from this supposed 8-bit machine, way better than the Mega Drive Genesis release. Kadash is a beautiful action RPG in where we get experience points and multiple character classes to choose from. It's a 1991 port of an arcade game from Taito, originally released in 1989, and later available also as part of a couple of Taito compilations. The Taito Memories Volume 2 for the PlayStation 2, and the Taito Legends 2 for the Xbox and PC. The replay value of Kadash is really high, cause it's a pretty long adventure and the differences between each character class are quite a few, so we can have completely distinct experiences.
Number 12.
Just listen to this intro tune. Really awesome stuff! Gate of Thunder has to be one of the best shooters of all time. It's graphically gorgeous and with an amazing soundtrack, only available for PC Engine and Turbo Duo's Super CD-ROM. It was developed by Hudson Soft and Red Entertainment that released it in 1992, being one of the titles bundled with the launch of the Turbo Duo in North America by October of that year. In this game, we're a space cop trying to put an end to General Don Gingy's plans of acquiring a powerful energy source from an ally planet. But the music is really something to behold and received back in 1993 the award of Best Music for a CD Game, presented by Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine.
Number 11.
This is simply the best Strider port ever made. The most faithful conversion of the arcade original from Capcom. This one was exclusive to Japan and available on CD-ROM that came in late 1994, just when the console was about to be discontinued. To run, the game also requires the arcade card expansion and features a completely new stage and new cutscenes, dialogue and music. Players usually recall Strider on the Mega Drive Genesis, the SNES, the Amiga and even the ZX Spectrum, but the PC Engine version is far superior. Please leave your thoughts in the comment section below.
Number 10.
Soldier Blade is another awesome scrolling shooter and the last game from the Star Soldier series for the TurboGrafx, released in 1992. It's amazing how many shooters are out there for the system. I believe that at least half of its library are shooters. As you can see, Hudson Soft was doing all the work to bring titles for the TurboGrafx, and even so, managed to develop amazing pieces of digital entertainment. In this one, we have to defend Earth from being invaded by aliens. As simple as that, but the massive sprites and the harsh gameplay make it one hell of a challenge. If you're a fan of arcade shooters, take a look at this one. It's one of the best looking and sounding games on the system.
Number 9.
As you all know, the Mega Drive version of Dragon's Fury is my favorite pinball video game across all platforms, and it was in Alien Crush that the franchise had its debut. So Alien Crush has to be my favorite pinball video game on the TurboGrafx. Don't get me wrong, its sequel is also extremely good on the system, but in this particular case, the Mega Drive Genesis wins. So all the amazing ingredients that its sequel has originated in Alien Crush. Amazing graphics and astonishing music. It drank huge inspiration on the Alien movie franchise, as we can see here. Nexat Soft came up with this genius approach to the genre back in 1988, and we could only play this one on the PC Engine and a year later on the TurboGrafx. Recently it was also made available through Wii's Virtual Console and PlayStation Network. If you enjoy pinball video games as much as I do, check pixelthing's episode 86 about my top 10 classic titles.
Number 8.
I believe that back in 1990, this was the second main reason for getting the CD-ROM attachment. Yes, the first reason is in the top position of my list, so don't go anywhere. Is Book 1 and 2 contemplates my kind of action RPGs in which its gameplay is not as deep as, for instance, the Final Fantasy series, and its main weapons were the voice acting, the animated cutscenes, and the breathtaking CD soundtrack. So, at this point, NEC and Hudson Soft opened the eyes to a whole industry and showed everyone that the CD was the way to go. Ys 1 and 2 is basically a compilation of enhanced remakes of the first two games of the series. And you thought that remakes were a modern thing, huh? Hehe! And was even packed in with the release of the Turbo Duo that came in 1992. The CD-ROM is filled with over 500 megabytes of data and ended up being also remade for PlayStation 2, Nintendo DS, Sony PSP, Windows 7 and iOS and Android portable devices.
Number 7.
The legendary Axe has awakened my passion for games with a sort of Conan the Barbarian vibe. And the traditional adventurous jungle setting is something that really grabs me on a video game. It's a basic jump and slash action with extremely well drawn colorful graphics in where we battle against different types of enemies in an extremely addictive and simple arcade style of gameplay. Victor Interactive Software developed this amazing gem that was released in Japan in '88 and by August of '89 was one of the launch titles in North America, showing what the TurboGrafx was capable of delivering. The plot is simple: rescue our girl from an evil enemy, and for that we have Sting. Not that Sting, our axe Sting. The legendary axe was considered Game of the Year by Video Games and Computer Entertainment magazine and remains exclusive to the PC Engine and TurboGrafx. It's one of those essential games that needs to be grabbed. While I wait for mine to arrive, my arcade cab is just fine.
Number 6.
Bonk is considered the system's mascot that could take down Mario and Sonic, and Bonk's Revenge has to be the best title of the franchise, packed with humor, huge levels, with plenty of stuff to find, memorable characters and superb visuals. Developed by Red Company and released in 1991, Bonk's Revenge is an amazing adventure that everyone should experience. I mean it! And in this one we have to simply recover half of the moon. Yeah, that's right, half of the moon. I recall playing back in the day something similar to Bonk but on the Amiga, and just came to notice that the Amiga version of Bonk's Adventure, the first game of the franchise, is called BC Kid. It's an incredible and extremely playable conversion by factor 5. As for Bonk's Revenge, it also got a Game Boy completely different version.
Number 5.
Hudson Softs are the ones that started it all, so the PC Engine and TurboGrafx are Bomberman's own. Over 70 Bomberman games have been released since 1983, but apart from Dynablaster, the DOS European version, Bomberman 93 is extremely addictive and I simply couldn't stop playing it. The simple concept of blowing up blocks and cute little monsters while searching for extra bombs, power-ups and the door to the next stage is just timeless, and everyone can simply pick it up and play. So simple. The franchise is also known for providing some of the best multiplayer fun out there, and this particular one was considered best TurboGrafx 16 game of 1993 by Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine.
Number 4.
R-Type on the TurboGrafx is, in my opinion, as close as we can get to the arcade original. Addictive and difficult are the only two words that can perfectly describe this game. It's simply the most important scrolling shooter of the 80s that introduced the most complex level designs and clever power-up system, whilst the Alien movie was still in everyone's mind, cause its sequel had just arrived in cinemas a few months back by the hands of James Cameron. The poster from the original arcade game has Alien written all over it. Needless to say that R-Type was released in almost every system out there and spawned a bunch of sequels, but the original one is still my favorite after all these years. The PC Engine port was originally released in two parts, but the North American U-Card, or Turbo Chip as it was known, got the full game. Besides that, the PC Engine and TurboGrafx versions have a new boss at the end of stage 6, rather than a huge wave of enemies present in all other ports. Cool.
Number 3.
I just love this game's setting. And for this second venture into the legendary X series, the developers went on a totally different direction, highly inspired on sci-fi horror movies from the 80s, but still on a Conan the Barbarian kind of vibe. In this one, we fight our way to reclaim the throne from our evil brother through the superbly designed platform levels, hacking and slashing this huge army of evil monsters. There's also a completely different and much easier weapons and power-up system present, in where we have at our disposal a few swappable items like swords, axes and even bombs that clears everything on screen. These weapons and power-ups are dropped by the defeated enemies. Just like its predecessor, the legendary X2 is only available for the PC Engine and the TurboGrafx, meaning that we can't find it anywhere else.
Number 2.
Ninja Spirit is another almost arcade-perfect port in where we have the ability to create shadow copies of ourselves, mimicking our every move. It was one of the early games that showed all the system's graphical power with multi-layered backgrounds and giant bosses. Its solid control system is what makes Ninja Spirit a winner, with fast-paced action and awesome and ingenious power-ups in where we have to hunt down an evil enemy and avenge the death of the father of the main protagonist. Besides the original arcade version, this port also offers a friendlier PC Engine mode in which a handy health bar is present. Very welcome, cause in the arcade mode, and just like in the original game, a simple touch from an enemy means instant death. The TurboGrafx version of Ninja Spirit was the first game in history to receive a 10 out of 10 in Electronic Gaming Monthly.
Number 1.
I usually prefer to listen to video game music reproduced directly from my system's sound chip, but again, in Rondo of Blood, the CD audio tracks are simply amazing. It remained a PC Engine Japanese exclusive till recently, when it was released as a 2.5D remake for the PSP back in 2007 as part of the Dracula X Chronicles, which also includes its sequel, Symphony of the Night. Rondo of Blood is my kind of Castlevania game, with gorgeous 2D visuals, superb gameplay and amazingly inspiring soundtrack, and may well just be my favorite title from the whole franchise. It tells the story of Richter Belmont, in which we fight our way to rescue our girlfriend that was kidnapped by Dracula's servants, being the missing link to my now second Castlevania favorite title, Symphony of the Night. The game ends right when Symphony of the Night starts, with a battle between Richter and Dracula himself. While exploring the castle, we can rescue other 4 damsels that are being kept prisoners, including our girlfriend's sister, Maria. She becomes playable after she's been rescued by Richter, and she's way more agile and can do double jumps and inflict more damage to enemies. Developed and published by Konami in October of 1993, it was later voted by Electronic Gaming Monthly as the best Japanese action game. Without major developers backing this awesome machine, it faded into oblivion almost as quickly as it appeared on the scene. But the ones that were lucky enough to purchase this system experienced a wide variety of titles, an amazing graphics engine that often rivaled its competitors, and unmatched accessories, all added to its total awesomeness. NEC advertised it as a system with astonishing graphical capabilities, with as well a magnificent sound chip. But due to pitiful marketing, it was sadly short-lived. It may be gone forever, but will remain a part of gaming history. It was a valiant effort from Hudson Soft and NEC, and with no doubt, a truly worthy contender. So guys, these are the games that I need in my collection, and in 2016, almost 29 years later, became a true fan of the system. Tell me on the comment section below if you've played any of these games, and also the ones you've enjoyed the most. Hey guys, welcome back! In the 80s and early 90s, playing arcade video games was the perfect way to choose the next game for my ZX Spectrum or Amiga. So, here's my 26 all-time favorites that I still play on my main arcade cabinet. Let's take a look. Back in the 80s and early 90s, arcade games were always the storefront of my future pickups. I would normally rely on my own judgment about their overall quality and by the feedback from players right on the spot. Let's face it, in those glory days of the arcades, owning an Atari 2600, a ZX Spectrum, a Commodore 64, an NES, or even an Amiga or Mega Drive Genesis wasn't quite the same. The hardware and software innovation was always side to side with arcades, and it was in those dark and obscure places that we could find the best that the video game industry could by then deliver. So, and despite all the cigarette smoke that infested these places, here's the 26 arcade titles that made me spend all my lunch money back in my teenage years.
Number 26.
This 1988 beat-em up was where I fell in love with the genre. Vigilante was exactly what I was after in a fighting game. I was never a fan of the Street Fighter series that had its debut a year before Vigilante, and never had the chance to try the very first Renegade on the arcades. By that time, many action movies were all about martial arts and kicking ass, basically. And I was after a similar experience on a video game, and Vigilante offered the chance to fight our way and save our kidnapped girlfriend, Madonna.
Number 25.
In this vertical scrolling running and futuristic title, we have to fight our way through 7 levels, defeating a boss in the end of each one. So, where's the novelty in this? Beats me, I just love the frenetic action, the awesome weapons, and the superb soundtrack that rocks the place down. So awesome!
Number 24.
By 1996 I was all over the PC and the PlayStation, and most of my local arcade saloons were closing its doors. One of my latest experiences at the arcades was with Metal Slug, the very first one, and I was blown away by the characters' animations that were among the most incredible I've ever seen on an arcade game. It grabbed me right there, with also the awesome music and graphical quality, despite the slowdowns, cause there's so many stuff happening on screen at the same time, just like in those bullet hell shoot 'em ups.
Number 23.
My favorite puzzle video game to play at the arcades and later at home on the ZX Spectrum and Amiga. So many coins spent with plotting, trying to get through all those levels that can sometimes really mess up with our brain. And that's a good thing, a really fun and addictive little game from Taito.
Number 22.
Already mentioned on my top ZX Spectrum Games episode, Enduro Racer reminds me of pulling the handlebars to perform some wheelies and asking my friends to hold the cabinet steady, otherwise it would fall on me cause the cabinet when I used to play it didn't have the seat. Enduro Racer places us on a dirt bike, trying to beat all the 5 stages, avoiding rocks and other riders, and the wheelie stunt is extremely important while jumping. That way we could avoid crashing into those rocks and maintain our momentum. Just good old days.
Number 21.
One of the most hilarious games I've ever played at the arcades. So, Joe and Mac have to rescue a bunch of kidnapped cave girls, and their journey is filled with comical situations, making this title so entertaining and highly addictive. We have to fight our way through these prehistoric places filled with dinosaurs, carnivorous plants, and rival cavemen. Such an amazing setting with gorgeous graphics, sounds, and a catchy prehistoric soundtrack.
Number 20.
What Cadillacs have to do with dinosaurs? I don't know, but it was based on a rather successful comic book named Xenozoic Tales, set in a post-apocalyptic future that spawned the not as successful animated series from CBS. And concurrently with the animated series, Capcom released an arcade video game that glued players to the screen with that so much action going on in those beautifully detailed scenarios. And 3 players could simultaneously beat the crap out of enemies and also engage the dinosaurs that inhabit this hostile alternative future.
Number 19.
My very first experience with a driving game in a proper and dedicated cabinet. And its soundtrack still pounds so freshly in my mind. Taking our blonde girlfriend for a ride in our brand new Red Stallion was something quite unreachable back then. It still is, I guess. Outrun was the obvious evolution from Sega's own Hang-On that used its superscalar technology to allow back in 1986 that awesome 3-dimensional effect at 60 frames per second. An outstanding achievement.
Number 18.
Ever wanted to turn someone into a snowball? Here's your chance to do it! So, in this game we control Nick or Tom that fires snow to the enemies, turning them into snowballs. Then we simply have to push those and try to take down all the enemies in just one go to gain some huge bonuses and instantly advance to the next level. This is one of those games that we must play in co-op mode. It's so freaking amusing!
Number 17.
Ninjas were really popular by the end of the 80s and Ninja Spirit just kept that flame on going. So, in this one, we have to avenge our father's death by hunting down this weird-looking nutcase, and to accomplish that, we have at our disposal a pretty decent arsenal. There are 7 stages across ancient Japan, with temples, swamps, cliffs, wastelands and forests, with an overwhelming mystical tone, set also by this captivating and inspiring soundtrack. Now that I have a TurboGrafx 16, I must try and grab this game for that system, cause it got 10 out of 10 and it's considered by many the best title for that platform.
Number 16.
Ever wanted to blow stuff up just like in those one-man army movies so popular in the 80s? In Cabal you can do just that. Kill everyone in sight and even destroy every building on screen. A totally new thing that players never saw before. 2 years later, in 1990, Blood Brothers grabbed that same concept but in a Western environment and brought again that huge demolition fun that tells the story of two blood brothers, a cowboy and an Indian. Weird? Maybe. Just don't think about it and keep on shooting.
Number 15.
This one has got one of the most memorable scenes ever on a video game. My very first encounter with Stage 1's amazing boss. What a spectacle! Back in 1987, this was something quite unique that was miles away from everything else. Also, and only many years later, when I had the chance to play it at home using MAME, I've listened to its sounds and music, cause alongside with the R-Type cabinet was the really loud Tetris. So, while playing R-Type, I was completely involved with this tune. And what about Tetris with the R-Type soundtrack in the background? Nah, that just doesn't work at all.
Number 14.
Do you recall seeing Daytona USA for the first time at the arcades? I remember walking in this brand new place that had opened its doors a couple of days prior to the arrival of this new standard for racing games. It blew everyone's minds in every technical aspect. No one had ever seen something so realistic, and if I wanted to play it, I had to wait in line because it was the new sensation and everyone wanted to try it out. And I believe that it was the smoothest video game ever, maintaining a consistent 60 frames per second with so much stuff happening on screen at the same time. In this game we simply have to outrun the other opponents and complete the race before time runs out. That's it. But the speed at which things happen, the beautifully detailed and fluid graphics, and the exploding environmental sound was what Daytona USA was all about. I also wanted to pay a small but special tribute to the pinball frenzy that were always contiguous to the arcade cabinets and as well a source of extreme fun. When they weren't broken, that is.
Number 13.
Ever wanted to be a badass cowboy and ride off into the sunset, just like in the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade movie? Well, here's your chance to do it with Sunset Riders. Filled with humor, action and dynamite, we have to dodge raging bulls, frightened chickens and really trigger-happy bad guys. Fortunately, that their bullets travels really slow, otherwise would be dead in an instant. This one was the Red Dead Redemption of the time, in where we played the role of a bounty hunter going after some tasty rewards, and for that we must defeat the main outlaw that is waiting for us in the end of each level.
Number 12.
If I'm not mistaken, Double Dragon was my first experience at the arcades. I was 12 by then, and I recall that the popular arcade in town, closest to the school I went, was just a 10-minute walk. And I also remember to see, contiguous to the Double Dragon cabinet, other fantastic titles like Outrun, Enduro Racer and R-Type, but don't know why, and in that precise moment, those didn't appeal to me that much. I guess that being in a different school and with new colleagues inspired me to learn some martial arts stuff, just in case. Double Dragon was the follow-up to Renegade, other astonishing fighting game that I only played on the ZX Spectrum, and our goal is to rescue Marion that was kidnapped by the Black Warriors gang. So expect a lot of punching, kicking and elbow attacks.
Number 11.
Every single one of us have already heard the story about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. So, with Knights of the Round, we had the chance to play the story in this sort of action/slash and role-playing title, where as we progress, our playable character will upgrade his weapons and armor. So we have 3 playable characters to choose from: Lancelot, Percival and Arthur, the main protagonist that pulled out the sacred sword Excalibur and have now to slay the evil King Garibaldi. Similarly, with Golden Axe, we can ride animals, in this case horses obviously, that we can use to also ram the enemies.
Number 10.
Now, here's something quite unique back in 1988. An arcade title licensed from a UK-based computer game company, Ocean Software, that held the rights to create a video game based on Paul Verhoeven's blockbuster movie. And the Ocean guys were smart enough for letting Data East come up with all the concept and design for the game. I remember coming down to one of my favorite local arcades and be hypnotized by RoboCop's demo mode, with its mind-boggling graphics and digitized speech.
Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law.
I'll forever remember that. So if you've watched the movie, that is one of my favorites ever, you know what to expect. Lots of criminals to shoot and the inevitable confrontation with ED-209 enforcement droid unit. One advice: don't waste your ammo. Make every bullet count. And the sound effect that the gun compartment on Robo's leg makes is just awesome.
Number 9.
The Outrun formula continued to be explored, and Chase HQ is the proof that it can be applied to other stuff rather than simply drive from point A to point B or around the circuit trying to get the best time in each run. So in this one, we played the role of Tony, a police officer experienced in car chases and high-speed pursuits, whose job is to hunt down these criminals on fast escaping vehicles. And the most gratifying thing is to ram their beautiful and expensive cars and make them stop on the side of the road. Curiously, our mighty police car doesn't suffer any kind of damage. Isn't that great? Yeah, bring him on!
Okay,
You're under arrest on
Number 8.
With a premise as simple as drinking a glass of water, Midnight Resistance places us in an alternative future where we must rescue our family from the hands of a weird enemy. But what's really awesome about this game is the frenetic running gun action and the ability to shoot on any direction. And don't forget to pick all those keys, cause you'll need those to get all the firepower possible to keep on going and accomplish your rescue mission. I simply love this game's setting, the level design and the amazing and superb soundtrack.
Number 7.
It was my first experience with a 4-player arcade video game, and that's not just one more video game. It's one of the greatest titles ever made for arcades, and seeing all 4 turtles in action is so overwhelming and looks like if we're part of an episode of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series in which the game is based. So, we have to rescue Splinter and the lovely April, and for that we have to fight our way through hordes of foot soldiers and face the Turtles' worst enemies, Shredder included. It's still, for me, the best Turtles video game ever.
Number 6.
Everyone on Earth played Golden Axe. Even the alien creature did it! It's one of the most fondly remembered video games ever, and also one of my first experiences in a DOS machine equipped with VGA graphics back in 1990 at school. With this amazing artwork and backstory that somewhat reminds me of the fantasy medieval scenario of Conan the Barbarian, we must guide our heroes across the besieged land of Uria, slaughter the main villain, Death Adder, free the king and his daughter, and gain possession of the Golden Axe. Looks simple, but Death Adder's foes are tough and have some of their own moves up their sleeves. I can't simply recall other video game available till that time in where we could cast magic spells, ride dragons and fight skeletons, all this on the backs of a giant turtle and of an eagle. Brilliant.
Number 5.
Now, here's my favorite beat-em-up video game ever. And it has to be played on a real arcade and with a proper arcade stick. Amazing level design, amazing sound, amazing music, amazing ambience. Everything is amazing in Final Fight. As I said before, I was never a huge fan of one-on-one fighting games like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, where the player is confined to a kind of ring, but those sort of side-scrolling beat-em-ups were my thing back in late 80s. I need to have a purpose in a video game to keep me focused, and again, in Final Fight, we simply have to save Jessica, the daughter of Metro City's mayor. Final Fight was hugely influenced by the astonishing Streets of Fire movie from 1984 and suffered from a bit of controversy when it arrived in the US, but I'll leave that for another episode.
Number 4.
What an awesome evolution from the original Shinobi video game. At least that's what I think. And Shadow Dancer is, without any doubt, the best title from the Shinobi universe, and the best version is this precise one. The introduction of the attack dog was a feature that blew my mind. The possibility to send our best friend in front, scouting the terrain, simply added a bit of strategy to this action-packed title. But please bear in mind that if you take too long to kill the enemy being beaten, your most beloved friend can be hurt and turned into a puppy, leaving his master on his own for the rest of the level, or when he disables one of the many time bombs scattered throughout the level. In the end of each stage, there's the usual boss confrontation, in where we are unable to rely on the dog's loyalty, so we're on our own again. And the train level, in which the train itself speeds up through the city, is so awesome and keeps the adrenaline levels really elevated.
Number 3.
Aliens is an arcade exclusive game, meaning that we can't play it on any other platform. And it's one of the best alien-based titles ever made. Believe me, it's brilliant. Inspired on James Cameron movie from 1986 with the same name, Aliens let us play as a female marine exploring this abandoned space settlement. Between all the hordes of alien creatures that we must destroy, there's also survivors that we can try to rescue. So, in this shoot-'em-up title, we have to pay extreme attention, cause the creatures appears from the multitude of directions, and the lift level is, in my opinion, the most terrifying one, cause the nasties can cut its cables, sending us to our bloody death down the shaft. It may have a similar gameplay to many other shoot-'em-up titles, but the atmosphere created around it and the obscure place in where I used to play it bring so many incredible memories of high intense moments trying to beat it.
Number 2.
I always wanted to travel the world, and Pang is a great opportunity to do just that in less than 30 minutes. And while exploring these 17 locations, why won't we save their landmarks from being squashed by these giant balloons? That's exactly our mission. Save those 17 cities and locations by destroying these bouncing balls and balloons. There's a lot of hidden bonuses to discover, a few different weapons to use that requires a bit of strategy according to the level and number of balls that are still pumping around, and it was one of the most enjoyable two-player arcade titles available by the end of the decade. Another super addictive and coin-swallower video game that is still one of the most played on my main arcade cabinet.
Number 1.
The minute I saw the intro of Toki, I was immediately glued to it. The adventure, exploring the unknown, the exotic locations, the underwater level, everything just attracted me like a giant magnet. The graphical beauty, the characters' animations, the music, sounds, everything just seemed to be perfectly synchronized in perfect harmony. 1989 was the perfect year for the arcades, with so many original titles and new and fresher ideas to old genres that were becoming boring and quite repetitive. And Toki was just that, an amazing experience set in an astonishing, vibrant, mysterious and colorful new world in where we played the role of Toki, that was one of the victims of the wrath of this wicked wizard that casted a spell upon him. Now, in his gorilla outfit, Toki has to travel through these treacherous places infested by raging animals and weird-looking beasts, defeating the wizard and rescue his loved one, Princess Mayo. A fabulous adventure that everyone should experience. As you can see, and if you've watched pixelthing episodes about my favorite Amiga and ZX Spectrum video games, many of these titles are also featured in both those top 26 lists. Sadly, by the end of the 90s, with the changing of player status and the fast and swift technological advances, arcades were completely overtaken by PCs and home consoles. So guys, these were the 26 titles that crafted my youth as a gamer, during a time period in which I also and simultaneously experienced gaming on the ZX Spectrum, Amiga, Mega Drive and MS-DOS, besides others that I didn't own, but had the chance to try at friends' houses like the Sega Master System and the Super Nintendo.
Hey guys, welcome back! Here in Europe we're also celebrating the 25 years of the Sega Mega Drive that was only made available 2 years after its original Japanese release back in 1988. So, let's take a look at my personal top 10 video games for this highly popular system.
As you might know, before advancing to the PC and to DOS gaming, I was addicted to the ZX Spectrum and a few years later to the Amiga, so many Mega Drive titles had also home computer versions available, and I've always had preference for those because I was so used to the good old joystick that gamepads simply scared me. However, Sega's console main advantage was the amazing arcade almost perfect ports that were pouring down like raindrops. So, are you curious to know my most played titles on the system? Let's take a look.
Number 10.
As a huge fan of the very first Jurassic Park movie, I've used to play a lot the Amiga version made by Ocean Software back in 1993, and also in 1993, Sega released a Mega Drive Genesis different approach to the facts from the film, in an arcade action platform style of gameplay, light years away from that Amiga game. We play as Dr. Alan Grant or with a Velociraptor, and we've got only 3 lives. If one of those lives is lost, we go all the way back to the beginning of the level. Gladly, there's a password system that we can use later to continue where we left off. This game was designed by the same guy who created Earthworm Jim, and even a paleontologist who was consulted and starred in a TV advert for this game.
Imagine you wake up in Jurassic Park and you're a raptor. You have sharp teeth and 7-inch claws, and since you've been extinct for 65 million years, you'd be in a really bad mood.
Number 9.
Revenge of Shinobi was awesome, but I've enjoyed a lot more this third chapter, Return of the Ninja Master. Our trustful ninja has now new skills: flying kicks, swing across ceilings, ride horses, and even surf. Yeah, isn't this dude the coolest ninja ever? This title was in development for about 4 years, something unthinkable back in early 90s, but the wait was worth it, cause for me, it's the best Shinobi game to ever see the light of day. So, prepare yourselves for 7 levels of furious martial arts awesomeness.
Number 8.
Midnight Resistance has probably one of my favorite soundtracks ever on a video game that just fits like a glove into the action. Played a lot the arcade original game and as well the ZX Spectrum and Amiga versions. I've finished every single one of those countless times and I simply can't get enough of it. The only problem in this port is that it lacks the two-player mode. Nonetheless, it's an amazing home console version that kept me glued to the screen, shooting on every direction possible after I've got familiarized to that odd control and shooting system implemented into Sega's console.
Number 7.
As I've mentioned before in other pixelthings videos, I'm a huge fan of pinball games, and in every single system I own, I have a favorite title. For the Mega Drive, it has to be Dragon's Fury or Devil Crash in Japan or Devil's Crush in the United States. This is such a unique pinball game that I believe it's my favorite pinball game ever made. And just listen to its music. So awesome. There's only one table in this pinball machine, but there are special bonuses that takes us to other several and smaller tables. It's highly frenetic and again, with this huge and unforgettable soundtrack, it's just super addictive.
Number 6.
Here's my favorite Sonic video game. The second installment of the series is just an extension of the first one that is also extremely good. In this second venture into the series, Tails is introduced and a freaking awesome two-player mode is also available that ensures that players and fans of Sonic find a totally new game, thus avoiding boredom and lose interest after a couple of minutes. From where I'm standing, this one is probably the best Sonic game ever made. It still manages to keep me entertained for hours and my little one simply loves that hedgehog.
Number 5.
Here's a title that needs no introduction. I was addicted to it right from the minute I saw it at the arcades and played the ZX Spectrum and Amiga versions of Golden Axe. But somehow, none of those just satisfied me. Then came the DOS PC version that was a port of the Mega Drive game that only landed in Europe in 1990. The first time I've tried it was on a computer at school which had amazing VGA graphics, but it missed an important item for a PC to really stand out: a sound card. Playing Golden Axe hearing only the sounds from the PC speaker wasn't the arcade experience that I was looking forward to. But when I first tried the Mega Drive version, I was immediately blown away, and that looked just like the arcade original game.
Number 4.
Now, here's my favorite Micro Machines title across all platforms. Turbo Tournament 96 is an updated version of Micro Machines 2 and an exclusive Mega Drive video game only available in PAL regions. So, being an updated version, it brings new tracks and other updated tracks from the second installment of the series. So, I felt kind of special having the best version of the game and exclusive to my beloved Mega Drive. But that wasn't all. Also featured is the awesome track editor that was previously available for PC gamers in the DOS version of Micro Machines 2 that I've also played a lot. A must-have not only for being exclusive to the Mega Drive, but also for being the best title of the franchise.
Number 3.
My favorite shooter on the system, Thunder Force 3, with one of the best and smooth parallax scrolling effect I've ever seen on a Mega Drive video game. Gorgeous backgrounds, amazing bosses, inspiring soundtrack that just compels us to keep moving, blasting our way to victory. So in 1990, Technosoft brought the side-scroller horizontal shooter that was so well made that an arcade port was developed and renamed to Thunder Force AC, that was later ported to the Super Nintendo and renamed again to Thunder Spirits.
Number 2.
This one lacks all the blood and gore from the American release, Bloodlines, but it doesn't stop it from being my number 2 favorite Mega Drive video game. In this one, and only Castlevania available for the Mega Drive, we have to battle against Dracula's niece, Elizabeth, that tries to bring her uncle to life. The action takes place in the 20th century and we slip into the skin of John Morris and of his friend Eric Lucard that are called in to stop evil Elizabeth. The good thing about this title is that we're not confined to Dracula's castle. Most of the levels in Castlevania the New Generation takes place all throughout Europe, like Romania, Greece, Italy, Germany, France and England. If you're a fan of the series and never touched a Sega console before, here's your excuse!
Number 1.
Finally, my number 1 video game on the Sega Mega Drive is Gunstar Heroes. Japanese developer Treasure, founded in 1992 by former Konami employees, had this spectacular debut on Sega's 16-bit console. It's the greatest side-scrolling run and gun of that time that still holds up pretty damn well today. This was made possible by a group of guys that just weren't making what they really envisioned for their creations whilst working at that big company such as Konami. So they left that mighty corporation simply to pursue their dreams, and here's the proof that dreams can come true and be better than everything else that was available by that time. Let's just wait and see what Kojima will bring us in the future. Gunstar Heroes is a masterpiece, exploiting all the potential and almost going beyond the limitations of the system. The Sega Mega Drive still holds a special place in my heart. It was the first system to allow a perfect transition from arcades to personal home computers and consoles. I still relish playing video games on the Mega Drive, and its library is filled with awesome stories, amazing plots, gorgeous soundtracks, and astonishing 16-bit pixel art. So guys, place your thoughts in the comments section below and share your personal top 10 Mega Drive and Genesis lists. Hey guys, welcome back! This time of the year is really fruitful when it comes to console releases. So today, and celebrating the 15th birthday of the PlayStation 2, I bring you a really tough challenge.
narrow down its huge library to just 10 titles. I only have on my collection around 200 games, so it's not that difficult. Let's take a look.
I have to start this video stating that the PlayStation 2 was the system that got me back into console gaming. Since 1993 that I was almost exclusively a PC gamer. The Super Nintendo, the Saturn, the N64 and the Sega Dreamcast were consoles that I used to play a ton over at friends' houses, and the ones that I really owned back in the 90s were the Sega Mega Drive and the PlayStation, but these were always relegated to second place, cause I prefer to play on the Amiga and on the PC. By 2003 I finally got my first PS2, and again I was desperate to play a racing game that was coming out very soon and unavailable for the PC. Even in 2015 I'm being amazed by the quality of many PS2 exclusive titles. I'm still discovering some amazing gems for the system that came to be the best-selling console of all time, with more than 150 million units sold and almost 4,000 games published. So, here's my personal top 10 list that I've managed to narrow to 10 titles, even if, at the end, those 10 unfolds into 16.
Number 10.
The WRC PS2 exclusive series is the best rally video game franchise available for Sony's console. It's pretty awesome to see the evolution from the very first title to the last one, where we can really see what the PlayStation 2 was capable of. During 5 years and before advancing to the MotorStorm franchise for the PS3, Evolution Studios had the WRC license to create official video games based in this highly popular form of motorsport, and they've nailed it right from the very first title released in 2001. Only this one was available on US territory, cause the sport isn't that popular over there.
Number 9.
God of War is, without any doubt, one of the best titles ever released for the PlayStation 2, winning several Game of the Year awards. The hack and slash type of gameplay and its mythical theme takes me right back to late 80s and to titles like Myth and Golden Axe that I so much adore. The boss battles are amazing with tons of quick time events, and it's populated with such awesome Greek mythology inspired characters. This is one of my favorite settings for this type of games, and I've enjoyed this first venture into the series a lot more than the second installment.
Number 8.
Here's a title that made me buy the system in the first place, almost a year before it was released. MX Unleashed is a spiritual successor of the Motocross Madness PC exclusive franchise that still has a huge online community developing extra tracks for it. Rainbow Studios did an amazing job on recreating the riders and bike suspension reactions and movements whilst in motion, and it was a huge step up from its previous titles from the Motocross Madness and ATV Off-Road Fury franchises. With extensive motocross and supercross careers to deal with across several and very well designed outdoor and stadium events, there's also the possibility to unlock other types of vehicles, so prepare yourselves to spend some time enjoying the races and trying to be first in each and every single one of them.
Number 7.
Now, here's my favorite Metal Slug title, the third one. I've forever been a fan of the series since its debut in arcades back in 1996, and this type of run and gun gameplay is what the 80s and 90s were all about. The superb spot-on characters, animations and the comical approach to the series made Metal Slug such an arcade hit that spawned a bunch of sequels, and every time I play it, I simply enjoy it like it was the very first time. And playing in co-op mode is extremely hilarious and almost impossible to finish, cause we laugh so hard that we simply have to give up.
Number 6.
This one was the closest I could get to those awesome 90s DOS video games, X-Wing and TIE Fighter, and later for Windows 95 X-Wing vs TIE Fighter, and the DualShock is a perfect tool to maneuver these fighters. So we have 3 characters and 14 missions to successfully complete. In these missions there's shield generators to destroy, carriers and bases to protect, and rescue operations to conduct. After each concluded mission, there's medals to be won and special bonus assignments to be unlocked. All the action is supported by John Williams' intemporal soundtrack, and the sound effects are exactly what we'd expect from a Star Wars video game. An immersive experience for fans of the franchise like myself.
Number 5.
In number 5 I have to place both Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, cause they're both awesome accomplishments on the PlayStation 2 and Kojima's masterpieces like we're most likely to ever get to see in the future. The highly improved graphical beauty and stealth gameplay was something that left speechless gamers and fans of the first title and consequently helped to sell the PS2. The introduction of Raiden instead of Solid Snake in the second installment of the series generated some controversy among fans, and the third title is a prequel to the old Metal Gear series, taking Snake back to 1964 during the Cold War, and with this awesome jungle setting that kind of reminds me of First Blood Part 2. Both games are amazing experiences that I must revisit when I get my hands on the HD collection.
Number 4.
I recall being completely mesmerized the first time I saw Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. Those huge gameplay areas just begging for exploration made my day, and the environmental audio and soundtrack is something that really compelled me to continue and never ever give up till I reach the end of these gigantic and gripping quests. I consider this outstanding visual approach to both games another tangible proof that video games are, without any doubt, a form of art. Both games are moving and interactive portraits made by extremely talented people, from musicians all through graphical artists and designers. Two astonishing landmarks in video gaming history.
Number 3.
OutRun 2006 Coast to Coast is the pinnacle of the OutRun series and extremely amusing with that incredible and memorable soundtrack playing in the background while performing these slide and drift maneuvers despite all the traffic. There's 15 cars to drive, some of them new to the series, and a bunch of different game modes available. That outrun feeling is untouched, so this is one of those games that just brings so many memories of playing the very first title of the series at the arcades back in 1986. It's been a long time since I've had that much fun with an outrun video game, so this one is right up there in number 3 of my list.
Number 2.
Don't get me wrong, I love GTA 3 and Vice City even more, but these two I've played exclusively on the PC right when they were released. As for San Andreas, it was a PS2 exclusive title for almost a year, and I simply couldn't wait to play it. Bought it at launch back in October of 2004, and sadly ended up selling it the minute I got the enhanced PC version that I still own. So, in this new venture into the Grand Theft Auto universe, we play as Carl and explore this fictional state of San Andreas that consists in 3 huge cities: San Fierro, Los Santos and Las Venturas. San Andreas also introduced role-playing features to emphasize Carl's attributes and social engagement, so I believe that taking some hot coffee helped to keep him in shape and develop and enhance his personality. San Andreas is the best-selling PS2 game, not only for its quality in every single department, but also for all the controversy that surrounded it.
Sweat it, homie. Everybody in the hood know ballers are pussy.
Number 1.
My most played video game on the PlayStation 2 have to mandatorily be my number 1, so that place goes right to Downhill Domination. That is the most entertaining title I've ever played on the system. With some huge downhill slopes, we'll get a completely different experience every time we start a race, cause there's countless ways and routes to choose and avoid all the wildlife, hikers and vehicles that stubbornly insist to stay on our path to victory. Also, the other riders played a lot road rash back in the day, so staying away from them is a good tactic. But we also have our own moves to make them taste their own poison. Downhill Domination is a title that only PlayStation 2 owners can enjoy, and if you love crazy arcade racing stuff, you must grab this one.
Let me provide you Chuck with a free lesson.
During this past year, I've been rediscovering the amazing PlayStation 2 library that is so vast that covers so many different video gaming genres, with an array that goes from extremely good to awfully bad titles only comparable to the stuff that was made back in the 80s for the ZX Spectrum. Just like its predecessor, the PlayStation 2 was a revolution in console gaming that endured for 13 years, almost catching up the release of the PlayStation 4. So guys, I'm really curious to hear from you, cause I'm positive that your top 10 lists are completely different from this one, so feel free to post below all your recommendations. Hey guys, welcome back! The Xbox 360 is turning 10 years old, and it's simply one of my favorite video game consoles ever. So let's just start celebrating its birthday by pointing out my top 10 titles, and you'll certainly be surprised with my number 1. Let's take a look. Development of the 360 began in early 2003, time when Peter Moore, former president of Sega of America, joined Microsoft after pulling the plug on the Dreamcast manufacturing. Initially known as Xbox 2, Xbox Next, Xbox FS and Nextbox, the Xbox 360 was finally unveiled on MTV by May of 2005, right when I bought my first original Xbox. I was finally able to embrace Microsoft's brand new console 3 years later by September of 2008. It was on a kind of trading campaign in where we were requested to take an old system plus 2 or 3 games and we could bring home an Xbox arcade for only 49 euros. Yeah, I traded my fully working good old and mint silver PS2 for the Xbox 360. So by then I was desperate to try Baja Edge of Control that was exclusive to consoles and still my favorite on this particular system, so this trade came at exactly the right time. Later also got a free 20GB hard disk directly from Microsoft that was a couple years later replaced by a bigger one. Its first unit suffered tremendously from overheating, resulting on the infamous Red Ring of Death and forcing Microsoft to extend the 360's warranty to 3 years. 2 major hardware revisions followed, the 360S, also known as the Slim model, released in 2010, and 3 years later the 360E arrived, showing off the design of the 360 successor, the Xbox One. I still have my original model of the 360 running and working flawlessly, and as I've mentioned a couple of times, it's one of my favorite consoles ever, not only for the amazing first and third party titles available that were most of the times better than on its main rival, but also due to its superb controller that is for me one of the best ever made until then. Also, back when it was released, the 360 introduced new features to the video gaming scene, like for instance HD graphics, matchmaking, achievements and gamer score, friend lists, a market for indie games, and the revival of retro games, just to name a few. The Kinect also left a huge mark in gaming history that blew everyone away and became the fastest selling consumer electronic device in history, also helping to extend the life of the 360. Obviously that I haven't played everything that was out for the system, and most of these titles are multi-platform. Nonetheless, even those that I've played, for instance on the PC, have a kind of nice vibe that makes me come back to the 360 version, like for instance Grand Theft Auto 5.
Number 10.
Spec Ops: The Line is a kind of obscure and hidden relic. It offers one of the most amazing plots that I've ever experienced, with as well astonishing voice performance from Nolan North, best known for his work on the Uncharted series as Nathan Drake. North also provided his voice to other video game franchises like Assassin's Creed, Batman Arkham series, City Origins and Night, The Last of Us, Call of Duty Black Ops, etc. So in 2012, Jaeger Development brought this third-person shooter to the Spec Ops series that had its debut back in 1998, with Rangers lead the way for Windows. In this new approach to the series, an elite Delta Force team is sent on a mission to Dubai, or to what was left of Dubai, where American soldiers have been reported as MIA and later found dead. So our task is to reach for survivors, expecting lots of action and plot twists.
Don't be so sure, just keep moving forward.
Number 9.
Released in 2009, Race Pro is a 360 exclusive title from Sinbin Studios that brought so many amazing driving simulation video games to PC owners. It covers a bunch of different driving disciplines, from WTCC over to Formula BMW F3000 and Mini Challenge. There's even a radical GT class with cars that can reach the 1000 horsepower mark. And there's also several tracks included, the ones that were used in the 2007 World Touring Car Championship, and believe me, they are quite a few to master. Race Pro utilizes the award-winning R-Factor game engine, but unfortunately, weather effects are simply cosmetic. They don't affect the driving in any way.
Number 8.
Still haven't played Fallout 4, so for me, Fallout New Vegas is still the best of the franchise. I have the Ultimate Edition that has all 4 mission expansion add-on packs, including 2 additional DLC packs. So there's many more hours just waiting for us in this huge game. New Vegas was released in 2010 with the bang. Gameplay was highly improved over the previous title, Fallout 3, but some glitches really messed up players' nerve systems. Patches were released to fix those glitches, and even the Fallout community continued to release new fixes for the remaining bugs after Bethesda stopped doing it. But if we can somehow overcome that, it is one hell of an immersive experience like no other. But on the Xbox and PC, because the PS3 version had some severe framerate issues that was never completely exceeded.
Number 7.
Within 24 hours of its release, Halo 3 set a record for highest gross of an entertaining product, reaching the $170 million in sales. Until now, it is estimated that Halo 3 sold more than 14 million copies. Was it because of all the hype that surrounded this last chapter of the trilogy? I really don't think so. I've just finished it recently and it's really good. A freaking masterpiece. This third chapter introduced to the series new gameplay elements, vehicles, weapons and a lot other little details that brought extra entanglement to the player that it's just not easy to let go after we've started playing. A huge game that should be experienced by everyone.
Number 6.
I've always enjoyed Batman-related video games, and Arkham City is the second installment in the Batman Arkham series released in 2011. In this new venture into the series, Batman can complete side missions apart from the main storyline, and it received a ton of awards, being even considered one of the best video games ever made. As you might know, I'm a huge fan of stealth and adventure, and this title has both of those worlds. So, I'm in heaven. And with such awesome characters and voice performances, I'm suddenly immersed within that obscured and tainted open world environment set in this epic city of Gotham. Still haven't played the sequels Arkham Origins and Arkham Knight, but I intend to do so. Unfortunately, those are still missing from my collection.
Number 5.
BioShock was supposed to be an Xbox 360 and PC exclusive title, but after receiving an amazing universal acclaim, a much desired PS3 version was consequently made available by the end of 2008, followed later down the road by Mac and iOS ports. BioShock is one of those titles that we can really use to describe video games as a form of art. I've always stood behind that belief, ever since the glorious ZX Spectrum days, and I always will. Just got it recently and fell in love right away. The marvelous art direction combined with the inspiring soundtrack and the awesome gameplay places this game in my number 5. Now, I've got to grab the sequel and BioShock Infinite.
Number 4.
Does this one need any kind of comment? It's one of the best games ever made, period. I still haven't beat the game on the 360. I'm still 20 missions short and around 50% of the game complete. Why? Cause just got the improved PC version and I'm starting it all over again. Still, I come back to the Xbox version every time I'm not allowed to play on the PC or just want to sit back on my comfy chair and play it on a bigger screen and with bigger sound. Originally released 2 years ago for the last gen systems from Microsoft and Sony, it was eventually improved and made available also for the Xbox One and PS4. It's an amazing experience, the one I was looking forward to after Vice City and San Andreas. We play the role of 3 criminals, Michael, Franklin and Trevor, and must do stuff that criminals normally do. It can't be described, it must be felt. It sold around 54 million copies and still counting, so it is good.
Number 3.
Here's a perfect example of how reboots should be made. 2013's Tomb Raider was a pleasant surprise. It got me hooked like few did in the last 10 years, and I only rested when I finished it. It has that Shenmue and First Blood feelings that I so much adore. The puzzles, the ambience, the sound effects, everything is just right in this fascinating and gripping experience. And Lara is better than ever before. And it's pretty amazing to watch her evolve from this fragile human being to a badass survivor. If you haven't tried it, you just don't know what you're missing. This time Lara is really back. I just don't know how Crystal Dynamics will be able to top this one. Is the recently released sequel better? Tell me on the comments below, cause I'm really looking forward to grab it.
Number 2.
Open world type of games is Rockstar's middle name, and the successor of Red Dead Revolver is another masterpiece of programming. Just like in Grand Theft Auto, there's also side missions or activities that we can take part in, like bounty hunting and gambling. Honor plays a big part in Red Dead Redemption. The higher the honor status, the more discounts we'll receive in some stores. Nice! So don't just kill everyone that crosses your path. Try to be the good guy and some perks will be awarded that can make the game more relaxing and enjoyable. The immense desolated landscape is so beautifully detailed, and I simply love to just explore it and come across bandits and travelers and also wild animals. I just missed the radio stations from Grand Theft Auto. These horses are just equipped with that kind of technology.
Number 1.
And finally, my number 1. Oops, not that one! Baja Edge of Control. Now here's the title that I was looking forward to play and made me trade my original PS2 for the Xbox 360 back in 2008. It is still the most played video game on my system and a perfect title to kill time. It features an extensive Baja career where we start with a simple and underpowered Baja bug and climb our way up to the more powerful trophy trucks and class 1 buggies. Circuit racing is kind of boring, but the rally stages and full Baja events are what makes this title so unique. For instance, the Baja 1000 event, composed by several stages, can take up to 3 hours to complete. Now that's a serious challenge, and I love that. Until now, no other game has even come close to this one. Besides that, there's also some very entertaining and fun hill climb races where we must face these huge mountains, climb all the way up and return back down with the minimum of damage. And talking about damage, during races we have to take care of our vehicle to be victorious and reach the end in one piece. In circuit events there's a kind of pit stop for repairs, and on rally and Baja events, when in distress, we can call on the repair helicopter that will meet us down the road and thus prevent our vehicle to be completely wrecked and unable to cross the checkered flag. If you've played the PS3 version, just forget about it. It suffers from slow frame rates that ruins the whole experience. This one runs really smoothly and that scenery is simply beautiful. It's like Red Dead Redemption but with dune buggies and trucks. You're probably asking, where's Mass Effect and Gears of War? Well, played all them on the PC and they are really awesome. Unfortunately, never had the chance to try those on the 360. So guys, tell me what are your favorite titles for the Xbox 360. You'll certainly have a bunch that I've never tried before. But for now, and almost 10 years after its original release, these are my 10 most played video games on my Xbox.
Hey guys, welcome back! 20 years ago, this revolutionary console took the world by storm. It was Sony's revenge against Nintendo, but the main victim ended up being Sega. Let's take a look at its origins and browse through my personal favorite 10 video games on the system.
Already available in Japan since December of 1994, the PlayStation was placed on store shelves in the United States by September the 9th of 1995, with an unbeatable price tag of $299. 20 days later it was also released in Europe with a huge marketing campaign composed of weird commercials that simply transmitted the feeling of if we own a PlayStation, we would be transported to this uncanny and amazing world. As you all know, the PlayStation was supposed to be a CD-ROM add-on for the Super Nintendo, but the Mario guys pulled the plug right at the last moment, leaving Sony hanging up with a prototype and with a lot of cash spent on product development. So the days of two-dimensional sprites and scrolling were over. Instead, we got these immense, exciting and fully explorable new worlds. And with that in mind, let's take a look at my favorite 10 video games on the original PlayStation.
Number 10.
Silent Hill is, for me, the ultimate survival horror game. We wander around this eerie, fog-shrouded town searching for the main character's daughter, but instead we'll discover some horrific-looking creatures that we must smash with our trusty iron bar. I simply can't recall other title with such an endlessly tense atmosphere and with this spectral soundtrack and effects, along with these gloomy visuals. Even today, Silent Hill is creepy as hell.
Number 9.
I remember being in my parents' living room playing this game and, in the meanwhile, my grandfather walked in and asked, "Hey Pete, what are you watching on TV? What race is this?" There was a race replay in Gran Turismo 2, and it could have fooled anyone, cause it looked really good and felt real. The game featured over 600 highly detailed vehicles and a realistically robust customization system. That was a huge accomplishment never seen before. Well, it was kind of seen in the first Gran Turismo, but not at this level. This was when everyone woke up and started developing real racing games.
Number 8.
Wipeout 2097, or Wipeout XL as it is known in the US, was the highly improved follow-up to Wipeout, Sony's furious answer to Nintendo's F-Zero, and gave us faster vehicles, new weapons, and even more amazing tracks. Also, the memorable soundtrack was a perfect match to this futuristic, fast-paced racing title. As incredible as it may sound, There was also in 1999 an Amiga version of Wipeout 2097. It was one of the very last commercial Amiga games. Psygnosis wasn't just gonna say goodbye to the Amiga without releasing one more awesome hit. After this, and as a consequence of Sony's 1993 acquirement, the Psygnosis brand vanished completely and became known as Sony Computer Entertainment Studio Liverpool.
Number 7.
Kurushi, also known as IQ Intelligent Cube in the United States and Japan, is a brilliant and kind of obscure puzzle game exclusive to the PlayStation that places us on a long and narrow grid with a wall of cubes tumbling towards us in different patterns. We simply have to run around lighting up squares on the grid and then push a button to eliminate any cubes currently on those squares, sinking them into the ground. Some of the cubes are lit up, and when they're sunk, they will highlight adjacent squares on the grid for us to trigger at exactly the right time. This sounds easy, but if we're not focused enough or somehow distracted with something else, well, it's game over. To be more specific, if we do as much as blink an eye, we're done and buried. Still, I consider Kurushi one of the best puzzle games to grace the genre in the late 90s.
Number 6.
Take a good look at me. You know that there's air missing on my head. But you know why? Cause Alundra came in and left me crying, swearing, throwing dual shocks against pillows and pulling air out. That's all the things that this game made me do, but it is a pretty damn good game in every aspect. Graphically stunning and with a superb soundtrack, Alundra will test every single one of our limits. It has one of the most amazing stories ever on a video game, and its gameplay is somewhat a ripoff of Zelda's Link to the Past, but who cares? I've placed it in number 6 because of all the frustration and harsh times it made me pass. An amazing experience nonetheless.
Number 5.
G-Darius is based on the arcade game from 1997 developed by Taito and is one of my favorite shooters on the original PlayStation. It was as well the series' first venture into a 2.5D style graphics. The power-up system implemented is something quite nice, where we can steal weapons from the enemy ships, and each enemy ship gives us different style of power-ups. A very nice feature indeed. It is definitely one of the best scrolling shooters of the 32-bit generation.
Number 4.
R-Type Delta is another PlayStation exclusive that is simply the best shooter on the system. It features a clever gameplay strategy with new tactics and amazing level design that just makes us strategically use the force pod that, as you all know, was always our best friend against the Baidu Empire since the very first R-Type from 1987. R-Type Delta was also the first game in the series rendered in full 3D graphics. New ships were also presented for the first time, each of which gives a different gameplay experience to the player, and the well-timed soundtrack matches perfectly with the on-screen action, making R-Type Delta an almost cinematic experience. Highly recommended.
Number 3.
Siphon Filter is a hell of a challenging and immersive game. Its levels encourage exploration and as well strategy. This 1999 third-person shooter stealth game was almost cancelled several times due to lack of inspiration from the team behind its development. After the huge commercial success of Siphon Filter, the inexperienced Eidetic studio ended up bought by Sony Computer Entertainment America and went on developing 6 more titles for the Siphon Filter series. I enjoy quite a lot stealth type of games, and in this one we have to silently take down the enemies. Quite generic, you may say, but this mix of stealth action hybrid gameplay performed by this super spy, tougher than James Bond himself, is really highlighted by the game's artificial intelligence that is one of the most impressive I've ever seen till today.
Number 2.
The PlayStation is known for bringing 3D worlds to the masses. So, what is this 2D game doing in second place on my list? Because it's simply one of the best games I've ever played. RPG elements, the expansive map, unlockable skills and backtracking originated the term Metroidvania, even if, by as far as 1986, there was the very first title with a similar gameplay on the Sinclair ZX Spectrum. The PlayStation was an awesome tool for Konami to amplify the 2D graphics of Symphony of the Night. And I'm glad that, instead of delving into the trendy territory of early 3D gaming, they've opted to maintain the series' two-dimensional heritage. Did I mention the superb soundtrack? So amazingly good, with mixed elements from techno, gothic, rock, classic, jazz, and even thrash and black metal. So good. Awkwardly, this title was kind of obscured for many years, mainly because of Konami's poor marketing campaign outside Japan, and only the power of word of mouth would make it a sleeper hit and a true classic video game that is coveted by collectors.
Number 1.
Metal Gear Solid is a groundbreaking video game in terms of presentation and storytelling. It is one of the first games that truly felt like an interactive movie. Even those huge long cutscenes are a joy to watch. The game tries and wins on telling a captivating and exciting story and also creating iconic characters with a slight taste of silliness that simply gives it charisma that is lacking in all other non-Metal Gear stealth video games. Sneaking around beneath a cardboard box is something that I never saw before playing Metal Gear Solid, and it was so freaking amusing and compelling. It's one of those moments that I'll forever keep on my private memory box, not forgetting one of the most amazing boss battles ever on the history of video games: Psycho Mantis vs Solid Snake. Games for the original PlayStation or PS1 continued to be produced till March of 2006, by a time when the PS2 reached its midlife and was well established as leader of the 128-bit generation. But I'll get to that in one of my next videos, cause the 15th birthday of the PlayStation 2 is just around the corner. In the middle of all the conflict between Sony and Nintendo was Sega, that suffered from that kind of private war, mainly for its badly timed new console releases. Even in Sega countries like Portugal, the PlayStation ruled right from the very start, completely crushing the Saturn by Christmas of 1995. Needless to say that, after the decay of Sega, Portugal became Europe's #1 PlayStation country. Sort of. So guys, what's your favorite games on the PlayStation? Let me know on the comments below.
Hey guys, welcome back! The Sega Dreamcast is turning 16 years old, at least in the United States and in Europe. So, to commemorate the birthday of one of the most impressive and underrated video game consoles ever, here's my personal top 10 video games for Sega's last system.
Ah, the Sega Dreamcast. Never had one back then, but played a lot at a friend's house. And we had no idea of the video output quality that it was capable of. Besides that, it has the most incredible arcade-perfect ports that I've ever seen on a home system. Without further ado, let's take a look at my favorite 10 video games on the Sega Dreamcast.
Number 10.
Developed by UEP Systems and published by Sega in 1999, Cool Borders Burn is known in Europe as Snow Surfers, and it's a Dreamcast exclusive video game that, in my opinion, simply crushed all other snowboarding titles available in the late 90s on other systems, such as 1080 Degrees and even the titles from the Cool Borders series, which was UEP Systems' own unspoken predecessor to this title. Sony owned the rights in the US for distribution of the Cool Borders franchise, so they had to change its name in that region to Rippin' Riders Snowboarding. Having a different name in each territory doesn't help, and Snow Surfers suffered from that huge overlook from the public. I've always enjoyed downhill kind of stuff, and this game has some pretty good downhill courses, with a few unlockable secret levels, and it focuses on high-flying tricks and stunts that predated EA's genre-defining SSX franchise that started a year later. I believe that Snow Surfers is the only real snowboarding video game available for the Dreamcast, and it got me hooked for its awesome and solid physics engine and as well pretty good selection of audio tracks.
Number 9.
Revolt was already available for PC, but on mine I wasn't able to play it with decent frame rates. So, at every possible moment, I would borrow my friend's Dreamcast to experience Revolt at its best. Developed by Pro and published in 1999 by the extinct Acclaim simultaneously for the PC, Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, it was later also available for the Dreamcast. I'm sure that every single one of you have played Revolt, so you know that it is a freaking addictive car racing title with a huge lineup of extremely well reproduced remote controlled vehicles with incredibly sharp and shiny reflection effects. The tracks available are also extremely well made, and the level of detail and realism is something to behold. There's also included a very simple to use track editor, and even today there's new tracks and cars being released for the PC version. Definitely worth checking out.
Number 8.
Sega always had good racing games, and the Dreamcast has a lot of those, so for racing video game fans like me, it's like being in heaven. Le Mans 24 Hours is a good example of an amazing and detailed racing game with its impressive weather effects, realistically rendered supercars designed with the assistance of real Le Mans teams, and a ton of options that let you play the way you want to. Developed and published by Infogrames in November of 2000, Le Mans 24 Hours, or Test Drive Le Mans as it is known in the US, gives us the option to race the actual Le Mans 24 Hours over 24 actual hours. Isn't this awesome? I've always enjoyed endurance type of racing games, and this was years ahead of its time. It was also available for the PlayStation, Windows PCs, Game Boy Color and the PlayStation 2. Yeah, I know that there are other more awesome and interesting shmups for the Dreamcast, but GigaWing was the one that I've played the most. Back then I wasn't aware of the quantity of shmups that were being released for the Dreamcast, mostly in Japan and the United States. I've always enjoyed playing this type of games at the arcades, and never thought that many of those later titles would ever had a European release for home consoles. GigaWing is an arcade original game by Takumi that was eventually ported for the Dreamcast and published in Europe in October of 2000 by Virgin Interactive. You know what happens in this frenetic genre. We choose a craft and shoot everything on sight through 7 stages. At the end of every stage there's a boss fight, and if we plan to reach the 7th level, we must preserve at least one of the 3 lives that are given to us at the beginning of the game. Just play it in easy mode and you're good to go.
Number 6.
Here's where the Project Gotham Racing series started. Metropolis Street Racer is still one of the best racing titles ever released for a home console. Sega was after someone that could face Sony's Gran Turismo, so they handpicked Bizarre Creations, which came up with this enormous game that, unfortunately due to a series of delays, came in a time when the Dreamcast was already fading out. It features dozens of realistically simulated vehicles and a huge number of 262 tracks. Its detailed and accurate recreations of London, San Francisco and Tokyo, and the innovative feature of recreating day and night cycles using the internal clock of the Dreamcast was just something quite new back then. We have also the possibility to add in our own failed comments when we crash, and the fictional radio station similar to the Grand Theft Auto series was another nice touch to such a huge game.
Number 5.
The Dreamcast port of Hydro Thunder was the closest we could get to the arcade cabinet version. It was available at Sega's Dreamcast launch, but didn't grab the attention it deserved. Even to this day, I see it as one of the most enjoyable games for this console and, definitely, the best of its launch lineup. This game was developed and published by Midway, in that forever remembered Dreamcast's US launch date, September the 9th of 1999. Hydro Thunder has quite forgettable music, but the sound effects, voices, impressive water effects, massive jumps and an absolutely mind-blowing final level set inside the pyramid turns it into the most impressive and addictive speedboat racing game ever. Again, try it on the Dreamcast, cause it is the only arcade perfect port made for home systems. The original Sega Rally was a reference on a Saturn during the previous generation of consoles, so a lot of hype was around the release of Sega Rally 2, which was a huge success in arcades right before receiving its home conversion for the European launch of the Dreamcast in October 14th of 1999. This release date made sense, cause in Europe this kind of motorsport is followed by millions of passionate fans. Sega Rally 2 succeeds brilliantly in bringing the arcade experience home, but with more tracks and cars, and the 10-year championship series of the single player has more length, depth and car setup options than the original, making for a substantial challenge. It is a classic on the arcade racing genre and a must-have in every Sega Dreamcast collection. I only wished that the cars felt a little bit heavier. Rayman 2: The Great Escape is my favorite 3D platform game on the Dreamcast. In fact, I believe that it's one of my favorite games ever across all platforms, being such a memorable platform experience that holds up impressively well today. Firstly available for the Nintendo 64 and PC, the Dreamcast version was highly enhanced, with several 2D sprites being replaced by 3D models and also exclusive minigames that are playable by finding hidden crystals. Set in a colorful and vibrant world, every aspect on the Dreamcast version of Rayman 2 is simply brilliant, with flawless and masterful game design, controls, audio, and even its own soundtrack. It was also available for other systems, but look nowhere else. The Dreamcast version is the one to have. Shenmue was originally in development for the Sega Saturn, but thankfully was pushed over for the Dreamcast, giving the platform one awesome and epic exclusive title. Set in an immersive open-world 80s Japanese environment, Shenmue tells the story of Ryu Azuki, a young man who sees his father killed by a mysterious warrior. Father! Never crossed my mind that the guy who created Outrun, Hang-On and Virtua Fighter would come up with such a blockbuster video game like Shenmue. But Yu Suzuki was desperate to create a longer and greater involvement for the player and not continue to develop few minutes long experiences like those three I've mentioned. So we created this large open environment with subquests and minigames, and even worked with interior design decorators to create rooms and furniture for the game. Another curious fact was that Yu Suzuki also casted some Sega's employees with the intention of creating virtual in-game characters of themselves. Shenmue has the astonishing number of more than 300 characters, completely different from one another.
You looking for some of this? You stupid!
That's enough. You put on quite a show, boy.
Number 1.
Now, here's the one that I've enjoyed the most. Crazy Taxi gives you a simple goal. Use the limited time available to transport as many passengers as possible across the city. It's that simple, and with such an amazing soundtrack, with The Offspring and Bad Religion playing in the background, well, it's just freaking insane. Another arcade perfect port that, the more I play, the more I want to play it. And I can say that Crazy Taxi is probably even better than the arcade original. It's easier to control and to pull off ridiculous combos. It even comes with a totally and quite hard all new city to explore, exclusive to the home versions of the game. Graphically stunning and with a breakneck speed, Crazy Taxi is a must-have, but be careful. The level of addictiveness will drastically increase the more you play it.
Go that way!
That way, right?
Don't do music,
Sorry if there's no RPG or fighting games on this list, but by then, when the PlayStation and the Dreamcast were out, my patience for this kind of games was extremely scarce. So guys, hope you've enjoyed my personal top 10 video games for the Dreamcast. I'm still discovering new titles, and its shmup library is simply mind-blowing. It's a genre that I really enjoy playing on the system, despite prices being really unappealing. Hey guys, welcome back! 33 years ago there was this little thing that revolutionized the home computer business. People were accustomed with black and white graphics, and the ZX Spectrum came to the rescue with its rainbow motif. Let's take a quick look to its origins and point out my 26 favorite games on the system, from this early model to the later ones. On the 23rd of April of 1982, Sinclair Research launched into the market a machine that came to be my very first experience with a computer. It was highly affordable compared to the other monsters that were around by that time, and that was a huge advantage for families that wanted to get into the IT world without having to sell their houses or anything like that. Back then it was like selling a car to buy gasoline. So it became one of the first mainstream audience home computers in Europe, mainly in the UK and Portugal. In fact, Timex Portugal made some official clones of the ZX Spectrum to be sold in the United States, a result of a Sinclair and Timex joint venture. Unfortunately, programs and video games stored in audio cassettes just wasn't what that particular market was looking for. This 8-bit computer was so easy to program that hundreds of young kids on their own bedrooms dedicated their free time not only playing games but also making them. That's how many classics like Manic Miner came to be. So, all the success of the ZX Spectrum came from the games that these young kids, ranging between 14 and 18 years old, made at home, trying to replicate the ones they saw at the arcades. And to get some acknowledgement from this flourishing community, tapes with their games rapid and massively started being duplicated and passed through in schoolyards and even sent by mail across all Europe. There were even radio shows that, at a specific time of day, mostly at night, would broadcast computer programs and simple and basic games that the listeners could simply record with a pretty standard tape recorder. It was the case with the Datorama show on Bristol's Radio West that started to transmit computer data by around July of 1983 after its clearance from the Broadcasting Authority. Many others followed all over Europe. Believe it or not, piracy was the main responsible for the massive and enormous success of the ZX Spectrum, and these early years were crucial for its establishment as leader of the home computer market in the old continent. I have many fond memories of those amazing and memorable times when, in Portugal, the only source for news and novelties were the scarce British and Spanish magazines that started to arrive after the Spectrum boom across all Europe, and as well a 5-minute per week TV show about video games hosted by Paul Dimas, a kind of YouTuber from those glory days that, with his passion and enthusiasm, contaminated all of us. I blame him for making me love so much video games and all things related to it. Clive Sinclair, the brain behind these machines, received a few years back a knighthood from the Queen herself for his services to British industry. The ZX Spectrum led to a huge explosion of newborn companies that produced software and hardware for it, and it is seen as the machine that launched the IT industry not only in the UK but all over Europe. With this in mind and focusing on the entertaining aspect of the ZX Spectrum, let's take a look at my personal 26 favorite titles that have provided so many hours of fun, mostly just waiting for the games to load.
Number 26.
This was the most enjoyable multiplayer game I've ever experienced on the ZX Spectrum. and it came bundled on a cover tape with issue 57 of your Sinclair magazine from September of 1990. This was how I managed to play it. Until then, I wasn't aware of the existence of such an awesome game. Originally released in 1985, Chaos is a magical combat strategy turn-based game up to 8 wizards with an awesome number of about 50 animated spells. Even if you're not familiar with Dungeons & Dragons style of gameplay, you'll love this game. And those buzzes and beeps sound really good and fits the action quite well.
Number 25.
Now, here's a title from 1983 made for the ZX Spectrum 16K and still is one of the most addictive games from the huge Spectrum library. Jetpack was the first game by Ultimate Play the Game that was later known as Rare and is part of the recently released Rare Replay compilation for the Xbox One. Our mission is simple. We must assemble our spaceship, fill it up with fuel, and take off to the next planet. Obviously, the difficulty to complete these apparent simple tasks will increase from one planet to another, but the level of addictiveness will also be furious. It was even considered Game of the Year 1983 by Computer and Video Games magazine.
Number 24.
You're obviously familiar with the first Die Hard movie, right? And you probably have heard the name Chuck Norris. Well, mix these two and you'll have Joel Blade 3. So this time around we need to rescue some hostages from this building and, by collecting lift passes, we'll be granted access to higher floors. There's also mini puzzles every so often that allows us to access security rooms. Curiously, the instructions for a Commodore 64 version was included on the inlay of the ZX Spectrum game, but that version was never released.
Number 23.
I was a huge fan of Tintin's adventures back then, and Tintin Destination Moon was my favorite. When in 1989 I realized that Infogrames published a video game based on my favorite Tintin adventure, I just bought it the minute it became available, not knowing if it was any good. Fortunately, as a fan, I wasn't disappointed. The main objective is to land on the moon, but that task isn't as simple as it may sound. If you're familiar with the comic books and animated series on which the game is based, you know that there's enemies within the rocket that will try to prevent that objective. I agree that the game is simple and fairly short to successfully complete, but it's a huge nostalgia rush for all fans of this comic character.
Number 22.
In this 1991 video game by Ocean Software, we play as Doug. Or is it Hauser? Never mind, Total Recall is based on one of my favorite movies of all time. Curiously, this wasn't the original version of the game. It was being developed by another team inside Ocean Software, but when they've realized that the 1990 Christmas deadline wasn't gonna be met, it was assigned to a new team to produce a totally new game from scratch, which was done in just 2 weeks. Were they inspired by this scene?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
The intro music by Jonathan Dunn is just gorgeous and it almost got into my favorite intro tunes episode number 35.
Number 21.
From the minute I saw the very first Indiana Jones movie, I realized how much I love adventure and exploration. And Viaje ao Centro de la Tierra, or in English, Journey to the Center of the Earth, was just that, adventure and exploration. And I simply loved to play it at night in complete darkness. Developed by Spanish Toposoft and released in 1989, it is based on the best-selling book by French novelist Jules Verne, and it takes us to these mystical and dangerous places where we control, at a time, three characters: Professor Lindenbrook, his daughter, and his nephew Axel. The three embark on this huge adventure filled with puzzles, dead ends, and nasty and deadly creatures.
Number 20.
Blowing stuff up was an extremely popular thing in mid to late 80s with so many one-man army action movies. Cabal is a 1988 arcade original title by TED Corporation that was ported by Ocean Software for the 8-bit home computers, in where we must destroy 5 enemy military bases, each one with 4 different areas. And believe me, it is so awesome to watch those buildings being slowly brought to the ground. Cabal won the award for Best Advert of the Year by readers of Crash magazine, and it really looks awesome. I agree.
Number 19.
Another arcade original title and another license grabbed by Ocean Software. This time around it's no more nor less the follow-up to the amazing Bubble Bobble. In fact, it is also known as the story of Bubble Bobble 2. Now in their human form, Bub and Bob went for some relaxing vacations on the Rainbow Islands, but the main villain from the first game is back and a bit angry. So he kidnaps the inhabitants of the islands, and our heroes are once again requested to stop the madness. The ZX Spectrum version of Rainbow Islands is an astonishing accomplishment with its excellently detailed and colorful cartoon-style graphics and this well-known tune playing in the background.
Number 18.
Another one-man army kind of game, influenced by action movies from the 80s like Commando and First Blood Part 2, in which we simply need to eliminate everyone in sight with our submachine gun and grenades in this vertically scrolling run-and-gun arcade title. The original game was developed by Capcom, and the home computer versions were extremely well ported by Elite Systems back in 1985. I'm not sure if there's a 128K version of this game, cause the 128K machines appeared prior to Commando. This one really misses that awesome tune from the arcade cabinet that Rob Hubert masterfully and geniusly converted overnight for the Commodore 64.
Number 17.
One of the most entertaining Spanish games I've ever played, and apparently was inspired by this 1980 arcade game entitled Rally X, which I never had a chance to try, cause at that time I was just 5 years old and didn't know what an arcade cabinet was all about, and these type of things were quite uncommon back then. So in 1988, Toposoft developed this arcade driving and puzzle game in where we control a buggy trying to collect 6 pieces in the form of question marks, unveiling an image of this vehicle on the bottom left of the screen. But be careful, cause behind those question marks, other surprises can be unleashed. And besides a lot other hazards, be aware of mines and oil that can destroy and make you lose the control over your vehicle. Highly addictive.
Number 16.
For every single system I own, I have a favorite pinball game. On the ZX Spectrum, it's Time Scanner from 1989, developed by Spidersoft and based on the arcade original game from Sega. There's 4 different awesome tables, and each one is made up of 2 screens. When the ball hits the bottom of the table, the screen freezes and scrolls down, and vice versa. This feature was something quite new back in 1989, and apart from that and from the already mentioned amazing tables, the background music and sound effects are simply amazing and faithful to the original from the arcade cabinet.
Number 15.
Another great movie adaptation from the guys at Ocean Software, and it's a 128K version only. This meant great graphics, sound and awesome music, right? Not really. I mean, the intro music is one of my favorites, but I can't understand why they didn't create some tunes for each of the only 2 missions available. Only 2 tunes, guys! The most probable reason that I can think of is that they've concluded the game even before the premiere of the movie and they just wanted the game to be in stores at the same time. Even so, the game is highly playable and addictive, and this type of sneaky and kind of early stealth type of games really attracted me. If you've watched the movie, you'll be familiarized with the missions that are loaded separately, and you can play whichever you want without finishing the other. So the first one is a mix of strategy, combat and platform game, and the second is a narc type of thing, if you remember that highly controversial one from the arcades.
Number 14.
Zona Zero, or in English Zero Zone, is a highly addictive Tron and Snake type of game that got me hooked for too much time. Again, Toposoft, the Spanish developer that was born inside the publisher Ares Software and analyzed in detail on pixelthing's episode 49, delighted the fans with one more awesome product. The goal is simple: be the last survivor in each and every level. And believe me, you won't quit easily, cause this game, despite its simplicity, is really addictive and with a catchy tune that will prevail in your mind for many years. Try it online on Toposoft's own website. They've got their greatest hits ready for you to play.
Number 13.
How awesome is this distortion guitar tune? Yeah, it's awesome, but kind of repetitive. Just forget about it and let's focus on the game itself. Set in the 20th century New York City, this action and puzzle adventure title, initially published by System 3 Software in 1988 for all home computers, has the most beautiful isometric graphics ever seen on a Spectrum game. And it can be sometimes really frustrating with some highly complicated puzzles to solve, but with some perseverance we will triumph and defeat the old and again main villain, Kunitoki. There was a limited edition of Last Ninja 2 that inside the box offered also a ninja mask and a soft plastic shuriken. Unfortunately, never got my hands on one of those.
Ocean Software presents RoboCop, part man, part machine, all computer game. You've seen the Smash movie, played the all-action coin-op, now experience the thrills on your home computer. As RoboCop, you blast through the many levels of the underworld in the pursuit of justice. Scrolling shoot-'em-up action. You've got to be tough, ruthless and lethal. You've got to be RoboCop.
Number 12.
What an amazing movie it is, and a superb adaptation from, again, Ocean Software. They made a ton of money with this game, and the fee that they had to pay for the license was insignificant. Another fun fact is that the arcade game from Data East was licensed from the home computer version that Ocean Software was already developing since the script stage of the movie itself. That's why the arcade cabinet mentions Ocean Software and has its logo stamped on it. Quite uncommon back then. The ZX Spectrum game was one of the best-selling of all time and was number 1 for over a year, even staying on the top 5 of the charts from April of '89 till February of '91. And the 128K version of the game is the way to go, cause all levels are loaded at this one time and has awesome music from Jonathan Dunn that revealed so popular that even Ariston used the Game Boy version on its On and On advert.
On and on and on and Ariston and on and on and on and Ariston.
Number 11.
Another superb adventure game that we cannot expect what will happen after our next step. We'll probably die. The game is filled with devious puzzles and nasty booby traps, and that's what makes this game so special. Already reviewed on my channel, I advise you to check it out for the complete story around the development of this amazing 89 platform adventure game from a company that would later create also the Tomb Raider franchise.
Number 10.
The minute I saw this game at one of my local arcade saloons, I was immediately glued to the screen, mesmerized with that so much action chasing down these criminals and ramming their cars a number of times, forcing them to stop. Believe me, that was so freaking intense. And while playing, I could feel the pressure and the support from all other guys waiting in line to play Chase HQ. Thinking of this, I believe that they just wanted me to fail so that they could play. So the arcade conversion was made in 1989 by Ocean Software for all home computers of the time, and amazingly, the ZX Spectrum and Amstrad CPC were considered the best versions, attaining high scores and reaching the top of the charts.
Number 9.
The ability to shoot on every direction possible was one of the greatest features of Midnight Resistance. At the arcades, this game was seen as another shoot 'em up among a lot others that were around. However, along with its amazing soundtrack that is my favorite on the Mega Drive Genesis, this data-hist original arcade title from 1989 was masterfully ported to the ZX Spectrum, attaining high scores and being praised for its high-detailed sprites and backgrounds. Despite its weak plot, the 9 levels of the game are packed with non-stop action, where you just want to rest till you've managed to kill all the bad guys. And as the game progresses, more and more enemies will run at you, trying to stop your goal of rescuing your kidnapped family.
Number 8.
Mythology is another theme that I was always curious about, and when I first saw the advert for Myth, I just thought, this one has my name written all over it. Myth History in the Making was originally programmed in 1989 by System 3 software for the ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64, and has a little different story from the 16-bit Amiga version that came a few years later. So in this 2D platform game, we'll not only be fighting against all kinds of creatures on these mythological places that we could only read and dream about, but also solving some clever and ingenious puzzles. If you're willing to know more about this amazing title, check my episode dedicated to the 16-bit Amiga version of Myth.
Number 7.
Inspired by the 1963 blockbuster movie with the same name, The Great Escape was my first experience with a stealth type of game. Set in a one and only level or map, it is a truly remarkable accomplishment on the ZX Spectrum 48K back in 1986. We play as an English POW trying to escape a German camp during the Second World War. If you've watched the movie, you know what to expect, and Denton Designs just perfectly captured that ambience and tense atmosphere that surrounds that huge isometric 3D space where the action takes place. I invite you all to watch PixelThing's episode 25, where The Great Escape is reviewed in detail.
Number 6.
This is simply the most absorbing video game about the Dakar. Be advised, not reading correctly the road book and messing around with the partial kilometer counter will certainly get you lost on these immense mazes that are randomly generated every time you start the game. For 1988, Paris-Dakar from Made in Spain was something completely new and groundbreaking, and there's only two options for everyone that tries this game: love it or hate it. As a huge fan of the greatest off-road event on earth, I was immediately addicted to it, and this is one of those games that you'll need at least 3 hours to reach the checkered flag in Dakar Beach. I've made an episode dedicated to Dakar-related games, and you can enjoy my full experience with Paris-Dakar just by checking that one out.
Number 5.
Continuing on the racing genre, Enduro Racer was a very successful port published by Activision in 1987 from Sega's arcade original cabinet from a year before. The cabinet had these handlebars that, when pulled towards the player, the bike performed a wheelie. This maneuver was also ported to the home computer game, and doing it just before a jump, we will travel through the air a lot longer, avoiding all the rocks and other hazards that can be concealed by the jump itself. When we reach the second level, there's also annoying desert vehicles that just try to block our path. From this point forward, the race is no longer an enduro race. It resembles a desert type of race, just like the Dakar. Back then I used to organize some championships and invite a bunch of friends just to see who could go the farthest.
Number 4.
Ever wanted to play a character with only his boxer shorts on? Well, that game is Ghouls and Ghosts. You'll spend more time on your underwear rather than with your shining armor. Ghouls and Ghosts was another successful conversion from an arcade title by Capcom. This time around, US Gold was a publisher and the home computer versions were developed by Software Creations in 1989, and these are truly faithful to the original. So, we start in this graveyard, and the most annoying thing is if you die, you travel all the way back to the beginning of the level. Apart from that, it is truly enjoyable to play, with plenty of comical situations, with astounding detailed graphics and superbly smooth scrolling. Despite the extreme quality of the 48K version, everyone should play the one made for the 128K machines, mainly for the smashing intro music and sound effects.
Number 3.
Irem Corporation produced in 1987 this side-scrolling shoot-'em-up arcade game, whilst the Aliens movie from 1986 and directed by James Cameron was still fresh in everyone's minds. Let's compare the artwork of the arcade cabinet to the alien creature created by Hans Rudolf Giga. Aren't they similar? The game was an instant success on the arcades, and a year later on all home computers. It is also known as being one of the most difficult games ever made. It needs a high level of strategy to be victorious against the Baido Empire. The weapon system implemented into R-Type was something completely new when the game was released, and that detachable pod is your best friend against the enemy and where all the strategy against them resides. An amazing port by Electric Dream Software of a game with the most iconic alien bosses ever created for a video game.
Number 2.
Once upon a time, there was this guy, Mervyn Escort, who decided to play around with his 16K ZX Spectrum, designing a simple computer game where we chased motorcycles night and day through these forests, avoiding trees. Simple, right? Simple and pretty damn effective. So in 1983 we had a primitive and highly enjoying form of 3D game, kind of a first-person shooter on a motorcycle. Back then, this was really mind-boggling and left everyone speechless with such a high-quality and addictive game on a 16K machine. I've already reviewed this game on my channel. It was, in fact, the very first game I've ever played on a ZX Spectrum. Check it out.
Number 1.
You've already noticed that besides video games, I'm also a huge movie fan, mostly from the 80s and 90s, and the first Batman film from Tim Burton is my favorite based on this DC Comics character. The game follows closely the events from the movie, and again, Ocean Software did an amazing job bringing the Caped Crusader to all home computers in late 80s. There's platforming action with diagonal batarang throwing, driving, puzzling and even flying. A complete package of awesome graphics, sound and, on the 128K version, superb music throughout the whole game. A nice touch was that when we finished the game, the score counter won't reset to 0. So I kept on playing it over and over till I reached the maximum score points possible. The game is that amazing, I just can't get enough of it. It's definitely my number 1. Batman the movie on the ZX Spectrum was one of my first reviews for the pixelthing's YouTube channel, and of course, you're free to check that one out. So guys, here's my top 26 video games that I most fondly recall playing on the ZX Spectrum 48 and 128K. Believe me, it was really hard to come up with such a list. Those were amazing years, the thrills of chasing the greatest hits of the arcades, the scarce information of latest releases. It was the dawn of a brand new world and I was right there, enjoying every bit of it. Leave your comments below with your own lists of favorite games on this amazing system that revolutionized the way we look and interact with computers. Hey guys, welcome back! The Amiga is celebrating 30 years. It's been almost 30 years since the Amiga 1000 was launched and became hugely popular for its graphical, audio and multitasking capabilities, so this is the perfect time to point out the 26 games that I most fondly recall and still play on my Amiga. Let's take a look. July of 1985 was when it all began for the Amiga family of computers. It was so ahead of its time that everyone seemed to have a problem to categorize it, even Commodore. Its 4096 colors, 8-bit stereo sound, multitasking capabilities and an attractive starting price were features that could take the Amiga to the very top and simply crush the other players on this game. But Commodore insisted that the Amiga was a business machine and not to play silly computer games. In one of my first videos I've already pointed out Commodore's mistakes regarding the Amiga family, so if you haven't already watched it, do it now. My personal experience with Amiga computers began around 1989 and went on through late 1993, time when I embraced the PC mainly because of my academic choices. So, regardless of the model of the Amiga, it was hard to make a top 26 list with my favorite titles, cause I enjoyed the number 26 as much as the one I've placed in number 1. So let's not waste any more time and jump right into the 26 video games that, even today, I still relish playing on my Amiga.
Number 26.
North and South was my first experience with a strategy game. Developed and published by Infogrames in 1989, it's based on the American Civil War, but with a twist of a series of Belgian comic books named The Bluecoats, or Les Tuniques Bleues. This strategy and action type of game is extremely fun and with a lot of comical situations that really grabs us and takes the player right into the middle of these awesome and hilarious battles, trying to conquer one more state.
Number 25.
Extreme caution when playing Pipe Mania. It's so addictive that you'll certainly find yourself playing it for many hours. It was originally developed by the assembly line for the Amiga and later ported by Lucasfilm Games to all other home systems, who changed its name to Pipe Dream without any plausible reason. So, in this game we just have to connect those pipe pieces that pop up randomly on the left side of the screen and assure that the nasty yellow goo passes through a number of pipe pieces for us to advance to the next level. It's that simple. The music kind of reminds me of the 1978 arcade original Space Invaders, cause it speeds up as the liquid flows towards the end of the pipeline, putting a bit of pressure onto the player. Brilliant stuff.
Number 24.
Geoff Crammond is a legend in sim racing video games development, and Stunt Car Racer was the first game to offer me a realistic driving experience with its impressive physics engine. In this game, we're invited to perform some crazy stunts on a bunch of roller coaster-like elevated courses and be rewarded for doing so. It was originally released by MicroStyle in 1989, and in its cover we can read the sentence, "Games for adults." What, back then, made this 14-year-old kid feel like he was a grown-up just for being able to finish every single course present on the game.
Number 23.
I've played Pang so freaking much at the arcades and couldn't wait for it to be released for the Amiga. So, by the trustful hands of Ocean Software came, in 1990, the home versions of this highly addictive game. Also known as Buster Brothers or Pumping World, this two-player action game takes us through 50 levels at 17 idyllic locations with some amazing graphics, sound and music that just invites the player to keep on going, busting more and more balloons and save those threatened cities and their important landmarks.
Number 22.
The first pinball game I've played on the Amiga, and just when that intro was loaded, I was immediately blown away by its high-quality music. Developed by Digital Illusions and published in 1992 by 21st Century Entertainment, we're offered the chance to try 4 different tables: Ignition, Steel Wheel, Beatbox and Nightmare. Or is it Graveyard? On the menu says Nightmare, but on the table itself is displayed Graveyard.
Number 21.
Converted from the arcade game, Ivan Iron Man Stewart's Super Off-Road is extremely fun and addictive to play with up to 3 players simultaneously, plus one more controlled by the computer. There are several off-road tracks with jumps, bumps, holes, water splashing, you name it, and those figure-8 circuits just look like Destruction Derby death matches, so much fun.
Number 20.
Simply one of my favorite soccer games ever. Sensible Soccer brings some awesome memories of long sessions with friends during school summer vacations. Developed by Sensible Software and released in 1992, it still has legions of fans all around the world.
Number 19.
Puzznik is an awesome Taito arcade original converted back in 1990 by Ocean Software to the Amiga and all other home systems, and is one hell of a truly addictive little game. It's a turn-based tile-matching puzzle arcade game highly influenced by another great puzzler, also from Taito, entitled Plotting, again converted and released a year earlier by Ocean Software. Both deserve to be on this list, so in the number 19 I've placed these two extremely addictive puzzle arcade games.
Number 18.
This Callisto platform and puzzle game was so damned enjoyable and addictive that, when I moved to IBM PCs, I just had to get also the DOS version. Published by Mindscape for the Amiga in 1993, we control 4 colored furry creatures, each with their own special abilities across 8 main locations, like the desert, forest, mountain, etc., each with 10 levels and also bonus levels. The main goal is to kill the Wicked One. Simple, huh? Never finished it, the game is simply enormous, and I like that. With awesome music, graphics, gameplay and references to other video games and even movies, everyone should try it, if you're into some relaxing puzzle game type of stuff, obviously. While we're at it, the CD32 version is the best option for a couple more audio tracks and faster loading times.
Number 17.
My favorite Team 17 game, recently made available also for Windows through the goodoldgames.com digital platform. In Super Frog, we control a frog with the escape thing, and we must guide it through 6 different environments, which contains in total 24 levels. To advance on through the next, we need to collect enough coins for the exit to be usable. In the end, there's a witch to be defeated and a princess to be rescued. The Amiga version of Super Frog features a bonus level that functions as a kind of homage to Team 17's own Project X game. Neat stuff.
Number 16.
I'm almost certain that the members of Red Lynx, the company behind the Trials franchise, played Super Scramble Simulator a lot when they were just youngsters. It's an extreme and, most of the times, slow-paced bike trial kind of game in where we must navigate through these treacherous terrains filled with all kinds of obstacles. And we get this awesome feeling of accomplishment for every successfully concluded level. Developed by Magnetic Fields and published by Gremlin Graphics in 1989, it became my second favorite motorcycle game just after Enduro Racer, firstly on the arcades in 1986 and later on the ZX Spectrum in 1988.
Number 15.
It was the first and only point-and-click adventure game that I've played on the Amiga. Because of that dreadful disc swapping that, in my opinion, just ruins the whole experience, I promised myself to only play these type of games on the PC. Nonetheless, The Secret of Monkey Island is one of the best in the genre, so amusingly funny and highly entertaining. It was developed and released in 1990 by Lucasfilm Games, and was because of this title that I became addicted to PC gaming and to point-and-click adventure games by around 1993.
Number 14.
Exclusive to the Amiga, Lionheart is a platform and hack-and-slash type of game developed and released in 1993 by Thalion Software. The game features amazing music and graphics with a superb parallax scrolling effect and has a pretty nice touch regarding the difficulty level chosen by the player in the beginning of the game, meaning that if you choose the harder setting, not only you have to defeat tougher opponents, but also a different environment is generated, granting an also different gaming experience. Awesome thinking!
Hey guys! So, what's your thoughts about the first 13 Amiga games from my list? Don't forget to comment below, and we're just halfway through, so are you ready to another 13?
Number 13.
Already reviewed on my channel, Fuzzball is another Amiga exclusive title that is highly addictive and fun to play. In this puzzle and platform game, developed by Scan Games Norway and published in the beginning of 1992 by System 3 Software, we have to carefully plan every move, cause touching an enemy means instant death. With amazing graphics and enjoyable music, this is one of those games that Amiga owners should be proud of. At least I was.
Number 12.
An obvious R-Type clone, but it's one of the best shoot-em-ups ever released for the Amiga. It was developed by Manfred Trans, also responsible for the Turrican series and an obscure Japanese Super Famicom release entitled Rendering Ranger R2, recently made available for Western players by the name of Targa, and recently reviewed also on my channel. Katakis was originally released in 1987 for the Commodore 64 and, a year later, converted to the Amiga. Finally, in 1989, Katakis was re-released, but now under the name Denaris. Despite all this amazing shooter takes place on this human colony named Katakis that was overtaken by machines. So, our job is to destroy these machines and retake the planet. Where it differs from R-Type is on the two-player mode, where the second player controls that circular orb, creating a strategic type of approach to this awesome game.
Number 11.
I just love pinball games, and Pinball Fantasies is still my favorite after all these years. From the same guys that a year earlier brought Pinball Dreams, this new game offers another 4 amazing pinball tables for us to enjoy. Ball physics is spot on, graphics are simply amazing, and the music is just brilliant. What else can I say? Well, I can say that I've also played the DOS version for many years, and I still do. An amazing game and a must-have to all pinball fans.
Number 10.
Another game that I've already reviewed on my channel, from the creative mind of Simon Phipps, the designer behind the also amazing Rick Dangerous franchise. Published by Core Design in 1992, Wolfchild is a fast and amazing multi-directional platformer with some outstanding graphics and smooth scrolling. The musical score from musician Martin Iveson is also of extreme quality and fits perfectly into this frenetic shoot-'em-up platform action game. Just click on the rectangle for more info about this great game.
Number 9.
The first immediate impact is the awesome soundtrack by Chris Hulsbeck. Developed by Keiko and published in 1992 by Playbyte, Apidia is another masterpiece exclusive to the Amiga and one of the best shoot-'em-ups ever, with amazingly colored, high-quality graphics. We control Ikuru, who transforms himself into a bee to go and rescue his wife that has been poisoned by this evil black magic lord. Besides the Japanese manga-style obvious visuals present in the game, it was totally developed in Europe and by a European team, with Chris Hulsbeck himself along with a couple of friends. Also interesting was that many people saw the game as a sequel, cause the 2 was on its cover, but apparently that was just for laughs.
Number 8.
Here's probably where Rockstar Games drank the inspiration needed for the Grand Theft Auto series, mainly because of its open world and overhead top-down view of gameplay. APB was a 1987 arcade game by Atari that was ported by Walking Circles in 1989 and published by Domark for the Amiga. We play as Officer Bob and must drive a police car around the city trying to reach a predetermined quota within a limit of time. This quota is met by, for instance, arresting thugs that are committing crimes and, as well, do some riding applying some traffic tickets to lawbreakers. Pay much attention to the gas level and time limit. For the first, just pull up on a gas station, and as for the second, just collect some donuts and you're good to go. The arcade cabinet was complete with a siren button and lights on top that would flash when Officer Bob was on pursuit of a criminal. Completing a level successfully, you're congratulated by the chief. Otherwise, you're fired.
Number 7.
I also have the Kicks re-release of the point-and-click graphic adventure, but, again, I prefer to play this type of games on the PC. So, on my ZX Spectrum and later on the Amiga, I've played a lot the action game developed by TR-Tex and released in 1989 by US Gold, finishing it over and over. Based on my favorite Indiana Jones movie, the action game of The Last Crusade is a basic platformer that received really poor reviews. And I agree, cause there are a lot other way better platform games miles away from this one. But as a huge fan of The Man in the Hat, I somehow got right away overwhelmed by it. Its difficulty, the puzzles, the exploration and the simple crack of Indy's whip with the Raiders March in the background. Suddenly, I'm transported to that adventurous setting. What a feeling. Sadly, no modern game can do just that.
Number 6.
The idea of doing absolutely anything and go anywhere was just mind-boggling back in those days, and David Braben's Frontier Elite 2 was just that, a space trader and combat simulator that really showed what the Amiga was capable of. Published in 1993 by GameTech, Elite 2 features awesome and extremely well modeled galaxies that completely obey the laws of physics. So in this game, we explore space, trading legal or illegal stuff, taking people from one planet to another, do some military missions, etc, etc. and it's a game where there is no ending sequence or a final boss to take down. As amazing as it may sound, the game came in only one disc. The entire galaxy and beyond in just one floppy disk. This was possible because it was written in assembly language and the game's universe was procedurally generated by the game's own engine. An outstanding piece of programming history.
Number 5.
Here's my favorite action puzzle game ever, Rock and Roll, developed and published by Rainbow Arts in 1989, and with awesome music by, you guessed it, Chris Hulsbeck. This is a huge game where we control a ball with the mouse and try to reach the end of each level, avoiding ventilators, magnets, arrows and other objects that simply drains the player's energy. It's not an easy task, but it's a highly enjoyable one. The ball physics are just right, so we have a good control over it and can easily anticipate annoying situations. Check my full review by clicking on the rectangle.
Number 4.
As a huge fan of mythology and all that finishes with ology, I was blown away when I first saw those walking skeletons just trying to kick my butt. It immediately reminded me of Ray Harryhausen's movie Jason and the Argonauts from 1963 that I fondly recall and still watch in 2015. Myth, originally released in 1989 by System 3 for 8-bit machines, had some coding and design modifications that led to a 1992 single 16-bit release for the Amiga platform. The game is filled with all kinds of mythological creatures and situations that can really grab the player and almost teleports us to those amazing places that we can only envision in our dreams. It's an amazing experience and one of the best platform puzzle action games ever. Check my review for more stuff about this awesome title.
Number 3.
Simply one of the best movie adaptations ever, by the trustful hands of Ocean Software. Developed and released in 1989, right after the premiere of Tim Burton's masterpiece, Batman the Movie's ZX Spectrum and Amiga versions were critically acclaimed all over the place. It's an extremely well-designed platform, driving, shoot-em-up and puzzle game, all in one, like those tab things we put in the dishwasher. Graphically, it just have that dark and obscure feeling that the Batman universe transpires, and all the different musical pieces created for the game are also of extreme good taste and really fits like a glove into each level to which they were created. I simply love this game and finished it over and over again for countless times.
Number 2.
With the most amazing soundtrack ever created for an Amiga game by Chris Hulsbeck and superbly designed by Manfred Trans, Turrican 2 The Final Fight is, for me at least, the best Amiga platform run-and-gun video game. Developed by Factor 5 and released by Rainbow Arts in 1992, were invited to travel to the galaxy Cobra 2 in the year 3035, fighting for peace as were the last survivor of a recent conflict. There's plenty of references to the original 1986 NES Metroid game and the 1987 arcade title Psychonix Oscar that, altogether and very well mixed up, offers this intense, beautiful and complexly detailed title that will certainly be mentioned in all future video game history books. Or not.
Number 1.
What started being just a simple character animation made in deluxe paint by DMA design employee Mike Daly turned into one of the best video games ever made. Published by Psygnosis in 1991, this puzzle, strategy and action game sold on its first day, and for the Amiga only 55,000 copies. That was something unthinkable back then. Everyone knows what Lemmings is all about. It crossed practically all generations of computer systems and consoles and is known as the most widely ported video game ever. The two following sequels, Lemmings 2 The Tribes and All New World of Lemmings, are also extremely well made, but the first one, for its originality only, deserves the first place for its own. By the way, the MA design is nowadays known as Rockstar North. You know what that means, right? It means that the minds behind the Lemmings franchise are also responsible for the continuous best-selling titles of the Grand Theft Auto franchise and the award winner Red Dead Redemption game from 2010. So guys, here's my favorite Amiga games that I still play and encourage others to do so, cause 30 years ago a groundbreaking machine was born that, if marketing and development strategies were done right, would certainly be leading today's video gaming related industry.